Up those steps, man. Still got it. Like she.
Rueben, do you want to seat it? Do you want to seat it until I get in?
You want to fly over? Yeah, you may be seated, please. Thank you for standing. Each and every one of you that stood for the flag song and for the entrance of the colors. Yeah. This morning time here too, I'm co-emceeing with Mr. Kevin Phillips, and I introduced myself. I don't know if he got a chance to introduce himself, so I don't want to hog the mic while I'm up here. But for those of you that didn't hear me when I first came up here, I spoke in my Cheyenne language, and I'm a member of the Northern Cheyenne from Lame Deer, Montana, and then I always get a chance too to recognize my Lakota blood too, and I got to visit with Billy Mills. We first got here and shake hands, and it's always a good feeling to see Billy and Pat, his wife, to reunite, take a picture, and it's good to see you again, Billy. Let's give Billy Mills a round of applause, our keynote speaker. And we got to share a little bit of that Lakota history with that name Tutu, that comes from the Pine Ridge area. And so, but I'm going to let Kevin introduce himself for a couple of minutes before 10 o'clock. And I just want to thank each and every one of you for being here. Thank you to Whitney, Dew, and all the organizers that put this together to bring me up, my family and I. Ahoo.
Well, how are you? Good morning. My name is Kevin Phillips. I'm with Home Slice Radio out of Rapid City. I do a whole bunch of radio shows. Used to be a high school and college sports announcer, state tournaments in Douglas High School. Did a few games at the LNI over the years. And it's real exciting to be here for me because I got this week to take care of 2 items off my bucket list. Number 1, I got to go up there on Thursday. We took a Jeep. I did not walk up there. And number 2, today I got to meet Billy Mills. And that's been on my bucket list forever. And I've only got 2 things left on my bucket list. 1, party with Willie Nelson. And 2, get my Minnesota Vikings to win a Super Bowl. Odds are Willie and I will be partying first. Well, again, to start off the program, we're going to have the honor of the Nebraska Army National Guard doing a flyby in the UH-72 Lakota helicopter. South Dakota Army National Guard is on mission. The UH-72 Lakota Light Utility Helicopter is utilized to conduct general support missions as an integrated effort with other joint services, government agencies, and non-government agencies as well. South Dakota Army National Guard received its UH-72s in the spring of 2011 and conducted a welcome ceremony at Crazy Horse Memorial on May 15th, 2011. So we'll have the flyover in just a second. How many of you were here for the 50th anniversary? What do you remember about that day? It snowed a lot. I don't think we're going to have that problem. It's going to be a great program, set up and split into 2 parts. And after the first half, we're going to take coming over the Crazy Horse Memorial itself. Take a peek. And please stand. Pretty cool. Outstanding. You're the only ones in the world that got to see that. Isn't that cool? I also have kind of a spiritual connection in a bit with the Crazy Horse Memorial. I have two grandsons. They are also the great-grandsons of legendary artist Pahaska, who has lots of works up in the visitor center. So that's pretty cool as well. I'm proud of that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it was 75 years ago that Henry Standing Bear, oh, you may be seated. What's that? Yeah, please be seated. Make you stand all day. Please, a big round of applause for the Color Guard and their service to our country. I was in the North Dakota National Guard. Does that count? Heck yeah. Well, again, it was 75 years ago that Henry Standing Bear, veterans of the Battle of Greasy Grass, Korczak, Ziolkowski, and Governor George Mickelson stood on this ground, dedicated it as the Crazy Horse Memorial. And the first blast took rock off the mountain to begin revealing the sculpture with that we are experiencing today. Yet, both Henry Standing Bear and Korczak wanted the memorial to be much more than just a colossal mountain carving. There was a purpose. The mission of Crazy Horse Memorial Foundation has always been to protect and preserve the cultures, traditions, and living heritages of the North American Indian. Crazy Horse Memorial, an organization with a one-of-a-kind educational and humanitarian project, has evolved and taken shape as much as the mountain. Today, we commemorate the past, we celebrate today, and look forward to the future. And now at this time, I'd like to officially introduce the man with the coolest hat, my co-MC, Rueben Littlehead.
Jeez, I haven't heard my name introduced like that in a long time. It's made me dance a little bit. Good one, Kevin. Good one. You know, first of all, on behalf of the Crazy Horse Memorial here, 75th Annual, I want to welcome each and every one of you. As Kevin mentioned, as co-MC, we do what we can to acknowledge different dignitaries and leadership here, and we have some guest speakers. But first and foremost, in our native ways, whether it's Lakota or Northern Cheyenne or whatever nation's represented, we acknowledge our Creator. We acknowledge our Creator in a good way for giving us this beautiful day. And, the safe travels that we are all here. Each and every one of us were meant to be here. We probably could have been somewhere, a powwow or a work-related or family event. But nevertheless, we are here and we're supposed to be here. So I'm going to bring up Dr. Gerald Yellow Hawk for our opening prayer to talk to our Creator and communicate with our Creator and acknowledge for Thanksgiving on this beautiful day. If you could, let's have a warm welcome, Dr. Gerald Yellow Hawk. And a Lakota e Najipo. Some of them know over here, there's Lakota speakers. That means to stand up. Let's remove our hats for a prayer.
Thank you. I really call it a privilege for me to be here this morning. For many years, I have come through this place. Back in the beginning of it, in 1948, just a lad, I looked over the first time that they penetrated through the mountain. There was hardly any formation or anything, but just a hole in a mountain. And they said, this is going to be Crazy Horse in years to come. For me to be here to see partial completion of that, it's a wonder, a privilege for me to come here and to acknowledge the Creator God Some of you, I don't know how you address the Creator. Some call him God, Jesus, Lord. Some call him in their own tribal names. We call him Tungashila Wakantaka. Tungashila Wakantaka Petuki Halel. O Anshila Nilhawaki Hayawapi Jashneke. Nani Nishnala Hakiawa Shakik Unhe Henie. Another Nawa Unya copy. Daku Wichasa Ella Dokel Iuk Champinaha Takun Okihipi Get Shimpihata. Nawashi Chumpi. Napetukin Lewa Unya copy. Le Hashunku Vitko. Tawapetu. No, Wichasa Wahed. 1 year to Ota Hetzel Washington, na let's Kaki ha, which hung you in happy. He on left Lahihaniki ha, Retzel Wita up in ha. What Cheon Kapi? Tungashila Oshunapie. Tungashila Hukuta Kahitu na. Istaminiapi to Dona Hetzel, Kapapsumpik Ohana. Ishtamin Wichaki Bakinde. Nathan Hertel Santa Shita Pikuhana, Wichakigana, walk ye Wichak Ukti Chilnichapi. He Haniki Hale, Togashila, Ushunapie, Ungapi. Nathan let the Logalak up in a young Kapikal and every Talawashte, walk ye Wichak Una, Wichaking. Oyateki ha tayawa mi chalaking te petuki le oveche to lamitaki asi.
Of course, you may be seated. Whitney Rencountre, Crow Creek, Hunkpate, did I pronounce that right? Pretty close. Dakota from the Crow Creek Sioux tribe is the chief executive officer of Crazy Horse Memorial Foundation. Served the foundation for the past 6 years. He's had several leadership roles within the greater community, including chairman of the South Dakota Humanities Council, chairman of the South Dakota Humanities Council, as I mentioned, chairman of the board of Visit Rapid City, and was a commissioner on the Rapid City Human Relations Commission. Whitney has a passion to build bridges between the cultures and works tirelessly on continuing the mission of Crazy Horse Memorial Foundation to protect and preserve the culture, tradition, and living heritage of the North American Indians. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Whitney.
Thank you, Kevin, and Rueben as well for being here, our Co-Emcees. Let's give them a round of applause. And friends and relatives, it's a beautiful day here in the beautiful homelands of the Oceti Shakowi. The many tribes consider this place to be very sacred, the Black Hills. And many people around the world, when they travel here, they get to experience the sacredness of this beautiful land. This is the place, the creation story of our ancestors, of our people when we came to be. And that continues on today as we continue to gather here in this sacred place. And so for the memorial of Crazy Horse to be here, a revered leader amongst our people at a young age, Crazy Horse witnessed as a young boy the signing of the 1851 Fort Laramie Treaty. And he saw historically the changes that took place for our people. And as he fought for our ancestors, for our mothers, our grandmothers, our children, our youth, our relatives in that way. So when Korczak Ziolkowski came to South Dakota, he spent time amongst the Oglala Lakota people with Chief Henry Standing Bear to learn and truly understand the challenges that our people have faced during the times of transition. long ago, we hunted the bison. We lived as good relatives. We never had any orphans amongst our people, because when somebody passed away, you had a lot of fathers, a lot of mothers that would take care of you. And so the traditions of our people, we want to continue forth into the future. And I know Chief Henry Standing Bear and Korczak, Mrs. Z, the family, all of the supporters have come together, the board of directors, our staff, all come together to help tell these stories so that the people will never forget about our ancestors. And so this place brings people together and to show people what's possible when cultures come together through all of the truth, through all of the reconciliation, and through the years. And so it is our job here at Crazy Horse Memorial to provide a platform for our indigenous artists, our culture bearers, our elders, our performers, our veterans, all of the relatives to come to share with the world. As the hundreds of thousands of people that visit here every year, this is a place for them to teach the world that there are over 600 different tribes throughout this nation. And historically, all of the people that lived here once upon a time, that are still here thriving today. And so our mission will continue forth into the future with the mountain that attracts people here from all over the world, to the museum that educates people, provides a platform to share the talents of our people, and the university where over a lot of students from all across the tribes throughout the nation attend, and they get preparations for their college. And so, friends and relatives, I'd like to acknowledge the Ziolkowski family. I'd like to acknowledge the families, the descendants here of Chief Henry Standing Bear, the supporters, the board of directors, our staff, all of our donors that help us with this project. And we also want to acknowledge all of the officials, all the dignitaries that are here. Our tribal chairman, my tribal chairman, Peter Lengkeek, is here from my tribe. We're very proud of him and the work that he is doing. We got my Tahanshi Christian Skunk from the Kuwi Chashoyate, also a master's degree recipient of South Dakota, University of South Dakota. And my Tui, Belinda, and Belinda Joe Rencountre is here as well, and my nieces and nephews. So thank you, Tui. But at this time, if you are a board member, if you are a donor, if you are a staff member, a Ziolkowski family member, and as well as all of the supporters, if you would stand at this time to be recognized. Thank you. Let's give them all a round of applause, friends and relatives, everyone involved, all the staff of Crazy Horse and Korczak Heritage. At this time, I'd like to introduce Jadwiga, who gets to be one of Korczak and Ruth's 10 children. Viga grew up at Crazy Horse Memorial along with her siblings and parents, and each of her children worked at many different jobs. Jadwiga is former CEO of Crazy Horse Memorial and retired for a short time as a CEO, and now is back at Crazy Horse Memorial with Korczak's heritage and the leadership. And also, all of Viga's 5 children are recipients of college degrees, and they've all completed college. So we're very proud of Viga and her. So let's welcome Jadwiga Ziolkowski.
I see the word brief here, so that's really good. But it's so humbling to have all of you here today to continue with the story that's been started so many years ago. I always think of the time that we have in this world, and the time is the most precious gift we have. And for all of you to be here and give us your time, it's very moving. We really appreciate it, so thank you so much. As we move on and get bigger and better and do things faster, because that's what the world wants, but you're not going to carve a mountain very fast. Not the way it's going to turn out. But we have so many things to be grateful for and to look forward to as well. So I appreciate all of you being here. I think it's an honor to be able to sit on stage here with these gentlemen. Thank you very much, and love you all. Thank you.
wind's a-blowing my papers around here. Okay. And the flags, yeah. Okay. Oh, you're going to do that. Here comes Whitney.
All right, thank you. I'll put on my MC voice now. Friends and relatives, at this time, we'd like to welcome the chairman of the Crow Creek Hunkpati Dakota Oyate, Chairman Peter Lengkeek, who is a U.S. Marine Corps veteran, and he's going to speak on behalf of the tribal leaders of the Oceti Sakowin. So, friends and relatives, let's welcome Itancha, Peter Lengkeek.
Good morning, everybody. As a tribal leader, it is very humbling to be here amongst you, and a huge honor to be a part of this beautiful red day. I know that many of our tribal leaders wanted to be here today, but as a tribal leader, we have to be in 10 different places at one time. And so we have to try and navigate that. But I do know that they all wanted to be here with you and sharing in this beautiful red day. But not all were able to make it. But they are here in spirit, they are watching, they are paying attention. So thank you on behalf of the tribal leaders of the Oceti Sakowin.
Yeah. I got to hear, I was wondering if Whitney was going to break his MC voice out. Sure enough, it came out. And now, ladies and gentlemen, hey, I like it. You know, we had our prayer and we had our acknowledgments. And then, too, earlier I said the word anthem, right? In speaking of tandem to our national anthem, our flag song. We also have a very honored guest here to perform our national anthem in the Lakota language. And as I'm trying to open up her bio here, Gabby, I'm sorry, it's not open. I prove it to her. It's not opening, so I'm going to have to wing it. Gabby is very renowned in her singing. She's won awards, not only through her dancing, but her singing as well. She is a mother. She is working on her doctorates, I believe, her master's degree. And Gabrielle, she travels extensively throughout U.S. and Canada, sharing her singing talents. But one of her talents that I've called upon her a few times was to render the national anthem in the Lakota language. It's just very moving. You know, Francis Scott Key wrote it, right, and the Star Spangled Banner and all that stuff. But when we hear in the Lakota language, it just makes us a little bit more prouder, eh? So let's stand and rise one more time, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to turn this time on over to Miss Gabrielle Knife.
We are Dakua ulapihe Ampakile hewa laka oya ki tu etrawa paha o ki chize onianaji chukashki wakap Hekua oyankapi Weeping up Celia Bina Machbiatamazasu Napabya Bitka Opta
You may be seated. Thank you. And another thing, just to kind of added note, Gabby knew that I was introducing her for the national anthem, and we didn't call each other, text, Snapchat, or Facebook, anything, but we matched. So that's that Indian way, the Indian wavelength. Lengkeek. We're going to turn this microphone back on over to Chairman Peter Lengkeek. I say that right? Peter Lengkeek. Man, I'm butchering it. So MCs, they butcher some names every now and then, but Chairman here of the Hunkpati, and he's going to be speaking on behalf of the veterans and the Native veterans, and it gives me a great honor to bring him back to the stage. Let's welcome him back one more time, Dr. Peter Lengkeek. I don't know if he's a doctor, but it sounds cool.
Thank you, Ruben. I've been called worse. Laha mitaku yapi na mitakodapi. Daya yahipedo na io makpia wachia kikte. Io ha chante washtea nape chuyuzo papedo. Waya nupa mishta kochaje. Eashwashichu ya Peter Lengkeek emacha abado, demija ekstewi chashta. Hunkpati makoche ki edwati. Matoska itancha tiwahe hemataha. We'll have my beautiful relatives. First of all, I want to thank Whitney here, Rencountre. He is one of the many shining stars of the Hunkpati nation. I want to thank the organizers, the Korczak family, and all who were involved in the beginning from day one till this very moment. None of this could have happened without you. I was asked today to speak on behalf of the veterans, which is a huge honor and very humbling. I've had the opportunity in my lifetime to walk with men and women whose core values are that of Tashunke Witko. And I want to start off by telling each and every one of you that I love you and thank you for being a part of this beautiful red day. It's always good to start with a joke. A sailor, a soldier, an airman, and a drunk three-legged dog were patronizing the red light district in Pohang, Korea. You know where that is, don't you? No, I won't go there. I won't go there today. That's a little inappropriate for this morning. But if we can, before we get started, can we all stand and have a moment of silence for those veterans who have taken their own lives? Today, 22 to 24 veterans a day take their own life, and it's a very shocking number. We're going to stand and remember them for a moment. We're going to remember those veterans that were KIA, killed in action. We're going to remember those veterans who suffered a lifetime and went on to the spirit world. Nina Pidama, you may be seated. Those ones that we just acknowledged, honored, remembered, they are the bravest amongst the two-legged nation. We understand as Dakota, Lakota, Nakota peoples that before our spirit comes to this beautiful earth, that we sit with the Creator. And the Creator sets in front of us these choices. And these choices are the parents that we will come to this earth through, the mother, the father. And they're all different choices. The Creator says, if you choose this set of parents, you'll have the perfect life. You'll have no problems. Life will be good. You choose this parent, you're going to struggle a little bit, but you're going to be okay. If you choose this parent, maybe it's a single mother or a single father struggling with addiction, trying to find a way for their children. Or maybe it's harder than that if you choose this parent. And so the question is always asked of the Creator, why are these a choice? This one here, if I choose this one, I die at a young age. If I choose this one, I commit suicide. If I choose this one, I go to combat. If I choose this parent, I struggle with addiction and homelessness. Why are those there? And the Creator looks at you and says, because somebody has to go through it. And so we make that choice. So our loved ones don't have to suffer. We choose this way. The Creator tells us, if you choose this way and suffer this way, your loved ones will never have to go through this. And so we make that choice as veterans, as homeless, as addicted people. Those ones that we see and we always turn away from, those are the bravest amongst the two-legged because they chose that. So the rest of us wouldn't have to suffer that. That's the way we understand that. And so we revere our veterans. Right now, I want to recognize the various branches of the military. If you are a sailor, please stand. Thank you. If you're an airman, please stand. If you're an Army soldier, please stand. If you're Coast Guard, please stand. If you're Salvation Army, no, just kidding. And last but not least, and we always save the best for last, if you're a U.S. Marine, please stand. Semper Fidelis. I feel safe knowing these Marines are here. I know if gunfire breaks out, these Marines are going to run towards it. Nina Pidama. Next, I want to thank the wives, the children, the siblings, the parents, the families, and the friends of these veterans who came home and suffered in silence. These children, these wives, these parents, these friends and families endured and suffered, not fully understanding what their beloved veteran was going through. I want to thank you for your sacrifice, your suffering, and the way you endured that time. Because like a veteran who was suffering, you suffered also. So to you children of veterans, you parents of veterans, you wives and husbands of veterans, you the friends and the families, I love you. Thank you for your suffering. We suffer from wounds that cannot be seen. We suffer from wounds that can be seen. And you tolerate us. Thank you for that. That means the world to us. Like Crazy Horse, the veterans are selfless group of people. They think nothing of dying in defense of their people, their loved ones, and their way of life. In a drop of a hat, they will make the ultimate sacrifice for you, for us, and for all. They say, if I die today, that's okay, because my loved ones are going to live. That's a veteran. We don't ask for much. We don't like attention. We don't draw attention to ourselves. We sit in the back, quietly, protecting, always on guard, always with our head on a swivel, ready to spring into action when the moment calls for it. We find peace, we find pleasure in the simple things. And sometimes that peace is difficult to find. We have a way about ourselves that a lot of people don't understand. That's why when you see veterans, there's a group of them together because we understand each other. We know what the other went through. We know the sacrifices and the suffering that we endured. Whether it's in the sands of Saudi Arabia, in the forest of Bosnia, or in the city of Mogadishu, Somalia, or the jungles of Vietnam, the mountains of Korea, and so on and so forth. So my veterans, from my heart, I thank you. And I want to acknowledge a very small, distinct group amongst the veterans. The veterans in itself are a small, distinct group anyway. But within the veterans, there is a group that join the military service, volunteer for the military service at a rate higher than any demographic present in the United States. They are some of the highest decorated combat veterans known to the United States. They are the indigenous veteran. The military relies heavily on us during combat operations, even today. And a lot of what the military teaches today comes from the battlefield of the greasy grass. The wagon train battle. And so many battles that have been fought here. They learn that from us, and they teach it today. And all that comes from the indigenous veteran. And so to you, me chante ta wopi da tanka, from my heart, I give you the biggest of thank yous. Wahami takuyapi dokshaake. Me chante ta wopi da tanka hachitu.
At this time, we'd like to ask all the veterans to please stand in attendance, and we're going to go to Stampede for a victory song, a veteran song, recognizing all the veterans in attendance. So anytime you're ready, Stampede. Please rise, veterans.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand and rise and join our veterans, family, friends, relatives. Thank you. Ahoo. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Thank you for standing. Yeah. You know, one good thing about, some of the native events like this event, the Crazy Horse and the different speakers, you get to move around, right? You get to stand up, you get to sit down, you get to stand up, you get to sit down, you get that blood flowing. You don't just sit in one place, for a long time. Get cramped up a little bit, So it's... Well, for me anyway, I think Kevin too. Yeah. Yep, Kevin, I covered for him a little bit. He said, cover for me, I'm going to take a smoke break. Hey, I don't even think he smokes. You don't smoke, do you? Nah. As another flyover. Man, that was awesome though. I believe we're going to go right into the dance performances. We have... Just the grass and jingle? Okay, so we're going to go individual grass, dance, and jingle performances here this morning time. Later on this afternoon, we have more exhibition with some other dancers that have joined us. But this morning time, we're going to bring up some grass dancers. I believe they're Taking Their Live Boys and... I believe Uriah and I believe that's Izzy, right, Gabrielle? You know, real quickly, I'm going to make up for the introduction for Gabrielle real quick while we're coming to the stage. One thing that I forgot to mention for Gabrielle's bio, she's a direct descendant of Crazy Horse. And also, she came also to represent and to honor her great-grandfather, Private Moses Clown. So I wanted to recognize those two names. So thank you. Thank you. And earlier I couldn't get my phone to work. And but let's let's move the stage here. Let's bring to the stage. Who's going first? All right. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is father and son duo, and they're coming straight out of Little Eagle, right? Or Little Eagle Butte, Cheyenne River. This is John Taken Alive, and his son Jackson Taken Alive. And they're going to give their rendition of the grass dance. It's a kind of another honoring, too. It kind of go right with that war dance and that society. So we're going to give two starts from Stampede. Stampede, are you there? All right, Calgary Stampede. Okay. So just to kind of let you know, they weren't team dancing. They're just father-son. They dance alike. You know, I believe the father, John, steals moves from his son. Yeah. Let's give him another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. John and Jackson Taken Alive. Man. And now we have our jingle dress dancers here. This is Miss Uriah Little Hoop, and she's coming to us from Alliance, Nebraska. And she's going to give her rendition of her jingle dress style. And she also represents the Lakota Teoshpe as well, the Oyate, the jingle dress. That she's also a champion singer too, ladies and gentlemen. She sings with Blazing Bear. She sings with Showtime. And who else? Highway 212? Hey, is Highway 212 even singing anymore? Oh, Gabby, yeah. And then now, and the young one here, we have Isabella, or Izzy. Israel Knife Peterson. And she's coming to us from Rapid City. And that's Gabby's daughter, Gabby and Kevin's daughter. And she's going to give her rendition as well, jingle dress. And we're very honored, first of all, let me say that with our dancers, right? And another thing, too, I'm going to go ahead and add is today, this morning, and this afternoon, along with the help with Dew and some of the other ones that put together, invited some dancers here today. Some of the best dancers in the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, Stampede, two starts there, Jeremiah. Thank you for that applause. Thank you. We had one jingle dresser come sneaking in there on me. That's Miss Taylor Campbell, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to ask her to come on up here. Why? Because she is also royalty of this beautiful land right here of the Miss Hesapawi of the Black Hills powwow in October. Taylor, come on up and say a few words, and then I'll sneak this in your hand real quick.
Ampetu washte, chante washte na pe chiuzapi, washichu chaje ki Taylor Campbell machiapi. Sorry, I'm out of breath. I totally forgot what I was going to say. Moorhead, Minnesota, awati na oyukpe amantaha. Mrs. Apui hemie, washichi api waga ginkdexto. Good afternoon, everyone. I greet all of you with a good heart and a handshake. My name is Taylor Campbell. I currently live in Moorhead, Minnesota, but I'm from Manderson, South Dakota, on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. And I currently represent Miss Hesapawi of the Black Hills Powwow in Rapid City. I'm so honored to see all of you here today. Thank you so much for coming out. I hope you learn lots of new things. I hope you enjoy all the performances, and I hope you have a good rest of your day on this beautiful afternoon. Thank you. Wofila tanka.
Yeah, that's current. She's current, her current reign right now. And wait, Uriah, don't go too far. I'm going to put you on the spot too. Uriah Little Hoop, I introduced her a while ago. She's a former Miss Hesapawi, I believe, in 2018? 2018. Let's have her say a few words.
Hello. That doesn't surprise me. I'm always put on the spot, so I was ready. Hey. But I'm going to do my introduction in Lakota as well. That's just what we all do, especially when we're in the Black Hills. We acknowledge our motherland like that, so. Amitakiapi tokahe lempatuki lila iomachpi na chante washte na pe chuzapi. Uriah Little Hoop ichiapi na wa shichu chajeki Little Hoop. Na Lakota chajeki wamini omini wa chiwi hemie. Tasmu akachmi atawahe awati. I said, I'm very happy to be here, first of all, today. My English name is Uriah Little Hoop. My Lakota name is Wamini Omini Wachiwi, and that translates into Whirlwind Dancer Woman. I come from Alliance, Nebraska, and Lakota, that translates to Chasmu Kachmi Otrawahe, that means the people that dwell in the sandhills. And back in the day, we separated from the reservation to try to find work. So long story short, that's how my people came to live in Alliance, Nebraska. We do not come from the reservation. We grew up off reservation. So I just want to put that out there because a lot of our youth, more and more, are learning our culture and picking it up, even though they don't grow up on the reservation or come from that. I just want to throw that out there because there might be some youth here, and I want you to know that it's okay to reconnect. It doesn't matter how old you are, you know. There's always time in the world to learn where you come from and who you are and to be proud of that. And when I represented the Hesapa Wachipi, I took into seriousness representing the Ocheti Shankowi, all 7 bands of the Lakota people, as well as the Dakota and Nakota people, because we're all united and we all believe we come from this land and we share it and we protect it. And that's a really, really serious part of our lives, and that's what we surround all our teachings around. So it's really beautiful to see all you here and wanting to take part and learn about it. And
in Olympic history unfold.
Today, Billy's an accomplished businessman, author and national spokesperson for the Christian Relief Services and Running Strong for American Indian Youth.
A major motion picture has been made about Billy. It's called Running Brave, and it's been a positive influence on many of the American youth. So before we hear from Billy, just to recapture a moment in sports history, we'll play a short video of Billy's Olympic victory. Look for Billy, the number 722 on his jersey.
Tokyo, 1964.
Some of the athletes from various teams have broken ranks to get a closer look. U.S. girls. Yoshinori Sakai is now passing by the bands and through those traditional Japanese drums. Flags of all the nations. Now we're coming to one of the most impressive moments of the Olympics, as Sakai will turn and salute the crowd before igniting the cauldron which will burn throughout the Olympic Games until the closing ceremonies, and it will be extinguished. And there it goes.
The stretch produced an amazing finish by Billy Mills.
And here we go in the final lap for the gold medal in the 10,000 meter. And up front is Bill Mills. He's pressing Ron Clark, the world champion. Bill Mills in the United States, number 722, is leading Ron Clark. And in third place right now is Mahout Kamudi of Tunis. A tremendous upset if Bill Mills can hang on. But Kamudi goes out ahead as Kamudi right now leading in the 10,000 meter. Ron Clark is third. Rather, Bill Mills is in third. Ron Clark is in second right now. This is the final lap for the 10,000 meter. The unheralded Mahout Kamudi of Tunis is putting on a tremendous sprint. He's out ahead of Ron Clark. Bill Mills, the United States, is in third place. This will certainly be the fastest 10,000 meter ever run by an American.
Here's Mills, who seems to be boxed in. Suddenly there's an opening, and here he comes.
Here they come down the final lap. Can Ron Clark catch Kamudi? They're going through the field. He's coming up. He's passing Kamudi. Look at Mills! Look at Mills! Look at Mills! Coming on! Mills is coming on! It might be Bill Mills. What a tremendous surprise here! Bill Mills of the United States wins the 10,000 meters. Bill Mills of the United States, a tremendous upset, wins the 10,000 meter here. His unheralded winner from Kansas.
Let's go back and look with our other camera to see exactly how he broke through the pack.
Here they come down the final lap. Can Ron Clark catch Kamudi? They're going through the field. He's coming up. He's passing Kamudi. Look at Mills! Look at Mills! Look at Mills! Coming on! Mills is coming on! It might be Bill Mills. What a tremendous surprise here! Bill Mills of the United States wins the 10,000 meters.
Billy Mills, the only American ever to win a gold medal in the Olympic 10,000 meter run.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with an honor and a privilege to introduce to you a South Dakota legend and an American hero, Billy Mills.
Bill, what was your KU's coach name again? Remember in the movie, or your coach?
Bill Easton.
Bill Easton. And remember when you came home in the movie and Running Brave, and Bill said, "I guess you do have a kick." Yeah, remember that?
Thank you so much. Please sit down. Thank you. I'm humbled to have a tribal chairman dance for the Warriors. he joins a few that have danced for warriors. That included me. Black Elk. When I got my Lakota name, I am Ta Makosha Te Kahela, one who loves his country. And I do love my country. I was just a boy, 3 weeks from turning 10, when my father told me about a mountain where they were going to carve one of our chiefs, one of our great warriors. They were going to carve his face. I asked, who, Daddy? He said, Crazy Horse. Crazy Horse from that day on became a warrior, a great warrior to me. And that's if I can get through this next comment. Part of me that you saw in the finish of that race, I took to the Olympic Games with me. Heroes. One of those heroes I took in spirit was Crazy Horse. I'm humbled. I'm this little boy learning about our culture. And when I learned about Crazy Horse, and when I learned his words, my land is where my people lie buried. When he said, I will return to you in the stone, I would think about that. Many times on my runs, I would just think, and I would look toward the mountain when I would drive by. Crazy Horse had an incredible impact on my life. But my wife and I have traveled the world. We've traveled to 110 countries. I would sit down with the youth of other countries. I would take the Lakota virtues and values and compare our Lakota virtues and values with the virtues and values of the youth in other parts of the world. We would find common ground to bond, and the bonding would be so tight we could sit intellectually with compassion and love, and we could discuss our differences. Can we come together and love one another and appreciate and learn from our differences? We've always agreed. But I learned in those travels that people were studying the Lakota Treaty with the United States government. Many, many countries we've traveled to, they are studying our treaty with the United States government. They know about Crazy Horse. I told them he was my hero. They have asked me, Billy, have you been to the top of the mountain? Sometimes with tears. I could say yes. And then as I learned more about Crazy Horse, I developed just in the recent years, since the Crazy Horse Ledger was published, that my respect of him as a warrior expanded. I'm half Indian, I'm half white. I've never met a white relative, but I committed my life, what I took from the Olympic Games, a true sense of global unity through the dignity, through the beauty of global diversity. We have a very powerful image, a sacred image behind me that to me represents unity through diversity. And that came about to me when I read the Crazy Horse Ledger. I knew a little, but I wasn't prepared emotionally as I learned about my great-grandfather, B.B. Mills, who Red Cloud asked to be the first Indian agent on the Red Cloud Agency, which is Pine Ridge. B.B. Mills, as the buffalo was being killed to starve the Lakota, Nakota, Dakota people, the Crow, the Northern Cheyenne. B.B. Mills took the first cattle drive from Texas to Wyoming. He married a full-blooded Lakota woman. And as I read the ledger, I read my great-grandmother's name, Sally Bush Mills. Crazy Horse became even a greater warrior to me in what I'm going to say next. The United States government refused Red Cloud's request to make B.B. Mills the first Indian agent on the Red Cloud Agency because he spoke fluent Lakota, married to a Lakota woman. He had children, they said mixed blood children, half Lakota. It would be too hard to take the culture, the traditions, the spirituality out of them to save them. When he died, my great-grandmother, her 5 children were pushed away. They go back to the various Lakota bands. Crazy Horse was the only band that would take my great-grandmother in. When Crazy Horse surrendered, bringing his band in, he was going to leave and perhaps join Sitting Bull in Canada, but bringing his people, bringing them in to the fort. I read this incredible, just thought-provoking, emotional story of how Crazy Horse in full regalia with his chiefs, warriors, followed by the men, women, and children, then the supply train, 2 miles long. Among the men, women, and children was my great-grandmother with my grandfather, Ben Mills. That went to the depths of my soul. I saw a man who gave his life so his people could live. That was basically a pledge I took as I became a Marine Corps officer to defend our Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I saw Crazy Horse as a man in spirit that could bring people together. The concept of him as a great warrior to me was elevated almost to like a god. I'm humbled to be here in the heart of everything that is. And I feel the presence so strongly of the creator of all that is. I'm sure you feel it. And behind me is my hero. I have many, many heroes in life. But there's one hero whose spirit goes with me wherever I go. And that's Crazy Horse. That last video, you saw the last 100 yards at the Olympic Games. My thoughts were, I may never be this close again. I've got to do it now. And what I pulled from, I looked and saw a man I'm going by, and I saw an eagle on his jersey. My dad crossed my mind. Crazy Horse, our Lakota, virtues and values. In a second, the mind is empowered to grasp so much knowledge. My thoughts were wings of an eagle. I can do it. I can do it. Then a strange thought, I'm going to win, but I may not get to the finish line first. 13 months before the games, I came so close to suicide. It took years to share this, but what saved me was what our leaders represent. Crazy Horse represents our culture, our traditions, our spirituality. And my dad would say, son, you have broken wings. It takes a dream to yield broken wings. I was 12 when he died. My world came tumbling down. I was raised from 12 years of age by two strong Lakota women. My sister, Ramona, 16 years of age. My sister, Margie, 18 years of age, both trying to find their own way in their growth into womanhood. I was taught to respect our Lakota women. When Crazy Horse took my great-grandmother in with her 5 children, many of our leaders were refusing to take them because they'd married white. Crazy Horse, regardless if they were half white or half Indian, he took them in. He believed in the youth. I learned from that. The last 50 yards of the race, I'm going to win, but I may not get to the finish line first. Winds of an eagle, winds of an eagle. I felt the tape break across my chest. I came to a stop. An official came up to me and said, new Olympic champion. I said, did I miscount the laps? Do I have one more lap to go? Finished. You're the new Olympic champion. Is there anything we can do for you? I said, I want my wife. She's 95 meters up the finish line, from the finish line. 14 rows up, 3 seats in from the aisle. Within moments, they're tapping Patricia on the shoulder. Mrs. Mills, the new Olympic champion, wants his wife. She came to me and we hugged. I can contribute. I want my wife. Simply because the respect Crazy Horse had for our Lakota, not Dakota, all indigenous women. We hugged. We both start crying. And I said, I know what it meant. I know what it meant. What meant? When I was 90 meters from the finish, Patricia, my thoughts were, I'm going to win, but I may not get to the finish line first. I was in 2 races. The first race was to heal a broken soul. And in the process, I won an Olympic gold medal. I'm 85 years old in 16, 17 days. And still the only person from the Western Hemisphere doing that race. I just want you to know, Crazy Horse had a big impact on my life. As I get ready to close, I want to share with you in our travels, where they are studying many countries, the Lakota treaty rights. They know about Crazy Horse. They know about other leaders. They know about broken treaties. I came back from the Olympic Games. A whole new world opened up to me. Billy, we'd like to allow you to join our most prestigious business club. It will enhance your your income. Besides, Billy, you already half qualify. You're half white, aren't you, Billy? I wanted to know, all of my heroes were Lakota warriors. Then I started getting heroes in the Marine Corps, the diversity of our country. But I wanted to know why half of me was accepted and the other half rejected. So I started studying. And what I learned is what other countries are teaching today. I walked off the stage 4 years ago in Tunisia. A professor followed me off and said, Billy, how can I be fair to your great country, which I respect, the United States of America, but how can I be fair to them? Because I've just read the Doctrine of Discovery. I don't know how many of you may have read the Doctrine of Discovery. I said, the truth should never be too severe to learn. The truth should never be too severe to bring people together. The truth has to be heard. This land, the heart of everything that is, Crazy Horse represents the truth. But I met other people who represented the truth. Ruth, I've never met Korczak, but his family represents the truth. Other countries have said that to me. They have said, Billy, why is America letting the winds of change or the passage of time wash away the footprints that they need to know to come together and complete this great democratic experiment? Why is America too afraid of the truth? As an American citizen, willing to give my life for our country so our children's children can live. That stung to hear those words, but I understood the truth to them. I want to share with you what they're studying and what we need to study to come together and choreograph the horizon of this incredible democratic experiment, the horizon of America's future. And so much of it can begin right here with Crazy Horse behind us. The Doctrine of Discovery, written in 1493, encouraged by the kings and queens, wealth of Europe. The Vatican had the Pope write the Doctrine of Discovery. Now, I'm a Christian man who practices Lakota virtues and values. Constantly having Christian friends of mine say, Billy, you're not saved until you discard those virtues and values. Truth and honesty. That's a value I share. Truth is I speak my words, my feelings, honesty. I speak my words and my feelings honestly, although they may not represent the truth. When you turn on the news this evening, listen to some of our leaders. They will speak honestly their feelings and their emotions, even though they know it's not the truth, to deceive you. That's a virtue and value I was taught as a Lakota boy. I was taught to speak the truth, which is an accurate expression of what I honestly feel and speak. Honestly can be deceiving. Truth is accurate. And they're saying, why isn't America using truth to come together? You have this incredible democratic experiment. Why are you letting it go? You spoke of Carlyle, a book the real All-Americans about the Carlisle football team is on 18 states' list of a book to be banned simply because it tells the truth. I feel the sacredness here, and I feel we can come together. So the doctrine of discovery, any new lands found can only belong to the first Christian monarch that discovers them. And the inhabitants of those lands, the indigenous people, they must come under international rule of law. Their laws, their religion, their languages, the sacredness of their drum will no longer apply. They must submit to Christianity, and they must become Christians within a generation. But if they become Christians, they can own land. So that's the dark part of our history. They said we had no souls. We cannot own land. That created the westward movement. Treaties can be signed, treaties can be broken. It's no accident that every treaty signed, every treaty was broken. The westward movement began. Now the land had to be developed. These are footprints I'm sharing on a country that I love, the United States of America. The land had to be developed. Slavery. No words can describe the inhumane treatment of the innocent when the slaves were freed. Jim Crow. Leaders in Washington went to the poor white in the South and simply said, don't let them take your jobs. They developed great skills as slaves. Don't let them take your jobs. I've never met a white relative. The only name I know of a white relative is B.B. Mills. Perhaps some of the poor white they went to were relatives of mine. Other countries are saying that put fear in the poor white. The fear became hate, racism. Why is America such a great country not understanding those footprints? Jim Crow was born a year before I won a gold medal at the Olympic Games. The Civil Rights Act was signed, was brought into law, signed a month before I won a gold medal. I went to Dr. Martin Luther King's church. I wanted to stand where those 4 young girls stood because I thought, how would I feel if they were Lakota? Where those 4 young girls stood, putting on their robes to sing in the choir when, boom, the bomb went off. They're killed. Patricia and I went to the University of Seattle, a Jesuit university, just to see the picture of those 4 young girls. Their face, they have no face on the picture that was painted of them. Because you and I, our children's decisions they make in life will complete the face of those 4 young girls. The war on drugs, you can trace how it was planned, choreographed to make hippies and young black men felons. They dropped the hippie. They included the young indigenous men. Pat and I, my wife and I, went to 2 reservations before the pandemic where young girls, young indigenous girls, are having to find a different place to sleep every night for fear of being violated by someone on meth. The war on drugs has been devastating. Other countries are saying, we look, they started with Lakota women, the young Lakota girls, then all indigenous girls in America, African American girls, then all young girls in America. We look for them for direction, for confidence, for clarity of mind, to make positive decisions and stay the course. What happens to the young women in America is either our celebration or our demise. We've had young women in different countries tell us the young women in the United States of America are our heroes. Why is America not addressing what is in front of them to bring your country together? They've told Pat and I the footprints of the doctrine of discovery created manifest destiny. This land is a gift to the European immigrants from God. It's a gift to half of me. The other half is condemned. It created genocide. Pope Francis called it genocide 8 months ago. Other countries have said those footprints are etched. Land theft, genocide, slavery, Jim Crow, the war on drugs. They are etched into every fiber of your social way of life, influencing the rule of law. And they said, does America see their differences just within the Christian world, where Christians of color fight for social injustice? Christians of European ancestry fight to save souls. They have said very clearly, it created generational trauma. And they've told me, Billy, you've experienced generational trauma. The stories we learn about your life. Generational trauma created economic poverty. Economic poverty created a poverty of dreams. Korczak said, never forget your dreams. That comment has been tied in my travels. Dr. Martin Luther King, I have a dream. Jesse Owens, a great Olympian who was a friend of mine. Everybody should have a dream. My dad, find your dream, son. It takes you down a path and introduces you to a passion. Develop the skills to equal the passion. Bring them together, son. Magic happens. And over your lifetime, one or two of the magical things you create just may be looked upon as a miracle. We see a miracle being created behind us. Other countries know about this miracle being in progress behind me. And they've tied the footprints that created America where we are today. I never thought I would live to have books about truth banned in this incredible country of ours. Those footprints, they've told my wife and I, are etched into every fiber of your social way of life, your educational system, your political system, forever dictating your rule of law. And they said many times, but Billy, we still believe in the United States of America. Their compassion, the love, the work we're doing now, support of Ukraine. They're just asking, when is America going to unite and fulfill this incredible democratic experiment to the sacredness that your flag represents, Billy, but not all of your laws? I needed to say that here in the heart of everything that is, with the spirit of the creator of all that is, and with the spirit of my hero, Crazy Horse, behind me. So I would like to close, and I don't know if it's actually going to be, I would like to close with a 90-second video about dreams. Korczak said, never forget your dream. Dr. Martin Luther King, I have a dream. Jesse Owens, everybody should have a dream. My dad, follow your dream. I call this my warrior video. If it's ready, and if they can set it up, I will dedicate to you what I call my warrior video about dreams. Judy Collins sings Amazing Grace. It features 4 Olympians.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. How precious did that grace appear, the hour I first believed. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but was blind, but now I see.
Everybody should have a dream. More importantly, don't forget your dream. I believe in America. I believe in the youth of America. And I believe the voice of all of the youth in America needs to be heard. We need and we can become one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I hope that was not too heavy.
We're gonna stand, bring you over here.
I hope that was okay. Thank you.
If we could have Pat come on up, Patricia Mills, Miss Billy Mills, Pat. Could we have someone help Pat up to the stage? Is that on this side, I believe? Is there stairs over there? Okay, yep. And I've been given the honor to introduce dancers all morning. So we're going to have Billy and Pat do a traditional Lakota owl dance. Yay! No. You know, in our native ways, in our native culture, one of the highest honors that we have is through our songs. And sometimes it's prayer songs, sometimes it's honor songs. Today, this morning time, we're calling upon Uriah Little Hoop to render a Lakota honor song for Billy and Pat, his loving companion, for a partner for how many years? 61 years, ladies and gentlemen. So Uriah, I'll turn it over to you for an honor song, please. Please stand and rise.
The song I'm going to sing is to say thank you to Billy for remembering our people, for remembering our ancestors in a time when you needed. And the song is to say thank you for the life, to the Creator for giving us and for us all to be here in the heart of everything that is of our Lakota people. So everyone, the song, the main word is Pila Maya Yellow, meaning to give back, to give thanks, to say thank you. So I want to sing that for you today. Pila we chozani maya koeloy pila maya yelo ya hey we haya hey we haya we ya we haya o we o hey o Tonka shelai pila maya yelo ya we ya pila maya yelo ya hey we chozani maya koeloi pila maya yelo ya hey we haya we ya we haya we ya we haya o we o hai oi pila maya ye.
Another round of applause for the Millses. Oh, man. Our next speaker is the grandson of Korczak and Ziolkowski, son of Joel, the 8th child, 5th boy. I had the opportunity, I've met a lot of the Ziolkowskis over the years, but I hadn't met Caleb until would have been Thursday. And we met, where else would we meet? Up on the arm. And I was thrilled to death. Well, he's had several degrees, a result of his love for learning and willingness to endure countless honors, researching, writing, working through problems. His advanced degrees, Masters of Art in Law and Diplomacy from Tufts University, 2 degrees from UCLA, a Master's of Science in Statistics, and a PhD in Political Science. From 2015 to 2022, Caleb worked on the Mountain Crew while earning his degrees from UCLA. He helped with technical analysis and planning while at school and in the summers, working full-time on the mountain. Caleb was on the path to becoming a professor, finishing a postdoctoral fellowship at Princeton, and ready to start another at MIT, when the chance to serve as the director of the mountain carving arose. Forced with a choice to continue his career out east or move back home to the Black Hills, he decided to be a part of the legacy his grandfather began, and he hasn't looked back since. Let's welcome Caleb. Good to see you down here. Very nice.
All right, if you'll give me just a second, I got a bag full of stuff. I need it all. That's why I brought a bag. I've got a radio, right? So when the big moment comes, I can do the reveal. I've got my phone because if the crew at any time feels this isn't a good idea, I'm going to see a text come up. And why might it not be a great idea? We've got a lot of wind. These are some little flags here that were blown over. That thing is 90 by 100 feet, and it catches some wind. There's some force up there. So, so far they're telling me it looks good. And then I brought a little piece of the mountain to try to hold down my papers. We'll see how that works. Is it all right if I put this down below? All right, thank you for bearing with me here, my little logistical nightmare. You know, this just doesn't seem right. I gotta be honest, this does not seem right. We've got an Olympic champion and I'm the only one following him? And I guarantee you I wouldn't be in second place. And I don't have a great kick. I'm just hoping this mountain will give me a hand. That's the last pun, I promise. No, it's not the last pun. I wish it were. I can't help myself. Okay. All right, can we bring up that first image? And I actually don't know exactly, okay. There's a, yeah, here we go. Now I'm gonna be serious. For thousands of years, this mountain didn't change. Sure, there was minor erosion, effacement by the elements, plants growing and dying, but the thing is, granite is stubborn. It's unruly. It doesn't want to move. So the general form of this mountain remained constant for millennia. And 75 years ago, that changed. Right, these look different. As the decades passed, it continued to change. And it's still changing today. What force coaxed this stubborn granite, which remained defiant for millennia, to finally yield? Some might say explosives or the steely determination of a mountain carver, but those answers fall short. Ideas are funny. They come in different shapes and sizes. Some are utterly forgettable, some we wish we never had, and others are remarkably compelling. We want to hold on to them and roll them around in our minds. Some are so compelling that we desire to see them manifest in the world. We want to see them become a reality. Yet some compelling ideas are just too big for us. We have to find help. And if the idea is enticing enough, we might be able to convince some others to help us, and we'll see it done. But some ideas are so outlandish, so audacious, so far-fetched, that we know even a little help will not do. Strive and struggle as we might, it ain't gonna happen. We will die before they're done. Usually we let these ideas go, right? Life is short, why waste it on the impossible? But there's a small subset of these outlandish, unreasonable, impossible ideas that are so enticing, so compelling, so laden with value and meaning, that even though we'll never see them accomplished, we still pursue them. And we just hope that others will carry on the work once we're gone. Often, we find the word idea too small to do justice to these audacious, unforgettable things that necessarily stretch beyond us. Sometimes we call them visions. Visions push us beyond the practical. As Crazy Horse said, a very great vision is needed, and the man who has it must follow it as the eagle seeks the deepest blue of the sky. And thankfully, we have some deep blue of the sky today. I know we had some rain at the first blast, but we don't have that today. And back to the Crazy Horse quote, we might never reach that deepest blue, but visions spur us to soar higher. All right. So, what's changing this mountain? It's Standing Bear's vision. That vision and I think we have an image here. I don't know if I just click this, if I go to it. There we go. Nice. That vision, paraphrased into modern parlance, we want the world to know we have great heroes too. We recognize that you have heroes. Now please recognize ours. Heroes? That's kind of odd. Why not please recognize the greatness in our people, all of our people? Why heroes? It feels a little narrow. Steve Jobs, reflecting on returning to a wayward company, said, "We at Apple had forgotten who we were. One way to remember who you are is to remember who your heroes are." Jack Little of the Dakota said of this memorial, said, "Crazy Horse Memorial would give us a better hold of ourselves as to who we are." Extending this logic, Chief Henry Standing Bear saw that if you want to understand, even respect someone else, you can do far worse than learning about their heroes. Heroes show us not as we are, but as we aspire to be, who we are at our best. Most of us rarely live up to heroic ideals. Heroes show us that these ideals are attainable. And at this point, I can't help but think of Mr. Mill's speech and how his hero did show him that what seemed impossible was attainable. I also was inspired that he said sometimes he gets a little teared up, because I guarantee you before the end of this speech, I'll get a little teared up. At their most heroic, these people reveal who we are at our core, unsullied by our shortcomings. To learn about and recognize other people's heroes, that's to see those people at their best, to glimpse the essence of their character. Henry Standing Bear and his fellow chiefs hoped the world would take a long, hard look at the human embodiment of Native Americans' most cherished values. This examination, done properly, honors Native Americans and engenders empathy in non-natives. It's a path towards harmony and healing. It reminds me of what our CEO, Mr. Whitney Rencountre, says. Here at the Foundation, we are living out this message with natives and non-natives working together. It's hard to even imagine a world where we no longer need to hear this message, where we no longer need to find ways to honor and respect one another. Chief Henry Standing Bear's message resonates across the ages. What do you do with a message this important? You set it in stone. Carve us a mountain. Carve us a mountain. That's the request. A mountain. What does it mean to embed a message in a mountain? Marshall McLuhan coined the phrase, "The medium is the message." The way something is said matters. Chief Henry Standing Bear did not ask for an editorial. He did not ask for a stump speech, an addendum to school curricula. Not that there's anything wrong with those things, but he asked for a mountain carving. To use a mountain carving to convey a message that says this message deserves to redound forever. And it isn't just any mountain carving, it's the world's largest. Joseph Stalin, yeah, you weren't expecting a Joseph Stalin quote. Joseph Stalin said, "Quantity has a quality all of its own." Big attracts attention, big matters. As Mr. Mills said, this is attracting attention across the world. People are learning because it's big. As the dimensions of the carving expand, so does the emphasis given the message. The size of this undertaking underlines, italicizes, and bolds the message. Also, it's art. Luis Real of the Métis said, "My people will sleep for 100 years, but when they awake, it will be the artists that give them back their spirit." While the ontology of art is by no means straightforward, one thing's clear. Art has the power to move us profoundly. Chief Henry Standing Bear envisioned a mountain that moves people. All right. And I think we're back to an image. That vision, it moved my grandfather, and to put it simply, when he and Chief Henry Standing Bear decided this whole mountain would be carved, not just the top 100 feet, but all 594 feet of it, my grandfather knew he wouldn't be the one to finish it. Yet so clearly did he see the vision that he worked as tirelessly, as doggedly, as if he would personally chisel out the last detail. In fact, he never did any finishing work. This is a photo of the day he died. Not for my grandmother, but on the left. Yeah, your left is my left. Great. Never did any finishing work. 34 years of toil and no finishing work. My grandfather planned for work on the horse's head to continue after he passed. People wondered, with the sculptor gone, would the work carry on? With nothing finished, most observers still had a hard time imagining what the carving would look like. They didn't know what they were looking at. This would seem like a time for conservatism. Avoid risks, follow the plan, don't make waves. But my grandmother, she charted a bold route. She decided to finish Crazy Horse's face, though she never said it this way. I believe she understood that it's a lot easier for people to see the vision when it's staring back at them. Ooh, advance. There we go. Those piercing eyes and striking features, the world's largest granite face, that changed how people saw Crazy Horse Memorial Foundation. That face did and will continue to do much to pull Chief Henry Standing Bear's vision into reality. Now, after this, we had a blast, right? A lot of them. These blasts were highly technical, and they brought us within 20 feet of finished grade for most of Crazy Horse's torso, as well as the horse's head. And mountain carving is farming. A lot of upfront effort is required before any seeds can sprout. Recall the face, 40 years of incredible effort, difficult times before finishing work was done. All that effort prepared the ground for the remarkable face that in many ways symbolizes the foundation today. The corollary, so much of the effort to remove bulk rock has been done. We get to reap the bounty of finished work for years to come. And today it's my pleasure to show off some of the first fruits of that harvest. First, a caveat. I do not want to give the impression of trying to bamboozle you in the slightest. Some parts of the hand are not finished. Some, like the part on top of the hand that we use for equipment access, likely will remain unfinished for years. And others, like some of the finer details and a few of the edges, well, we just didn't get there in time. So perhaps I should say we consider this an initial unveiling, and I am almost tempted to apologize for the paradoxicality of that descriptor, right? I feel like if I'm defensive, I can just throw out some big words and it's all fine. But to be honest, I'm not sorry. Oh boy, here come the waterworks. Here we go. I'm incredibly proud. I'm incredibly proud not of myself, but of the mountain carving team and this foundation. A year ago, nothing in the history of progress on this mountain would have suggested we would be remotely close to finishing the hand today. And I say this not as braggadocio, but rather to convey the bright future we have. I, more than anyone, owe a huge debt to those who labored on this project before me. We have a remarkable past and a resplendent future. But first, I would like to reflect on the present and the role of the hand in this carving. It is here that we must let the curtain down a little bit. And I'm hoping we're going to go to some live drone footage here. And while technically it is a live stream, there's actually, I'm hoping, a delay of about 24 seconds so it lines up with the rest of my speech. So you'll first want to look at the actual mountain, and then I'll try to give you a heads up to look at the screen. So first, look at the mountain. Mountain crew, please reveal the hand of Crazy Horse. Also, did I mention that thing is a bear to deal with in the wind? All right. Yeah, I kind of gave you, I said it wrong. It's up there first. I was not expecting that. All right. The hand of the great Lakota leader that you see from nearly a mile away is monumental in every sense of the word. The surface area of what we have completed or have nearly done so is approximately 3,193.12 square feet, a bit smaller than a full-size basketball court. The volume is about 671.9 cubic yards, about 1.4 million times bigger than Crazy Horse's actual hand. The weight at 3 million pounds is about equal to that of 892 mid-sized cars. Too many for the typical Walmart parking lot, way too many for these parking lots we're in here. But one of the things that makes it seem small is a comparison to the rest of the carving. The hand is a little more than 1% of the projected surface area of the whole thing. And yet it plays an outsized role. The hand, I believe, symbolizes some of the key reasons Crazy Horse was picked for the carving. Crazy Horse was known for his great exploits as a leader and in battle. But this was true for many Lakota, let alone Native Americans more broadly. Crazy Horse was singular in his humility. He did not boast of his accomplishments, though he had every right to, and he showed tremendous regard for others, particularly the vulnerable that followed him, as again Mr. Mills was talking about earlier. My lands are where my dead lie buried. How fitting that when memorialized on a scale that surpasses iconic marvels like the Great Pyramid at Giza, Crazy Horse does not seek to keep the attention for himself. Rather, he points us to consider his people and their long-standing ties to the land. This memorial forces the question, where is he pointing? It provides the answer, where his dead lie buried. For thousands of years, in the minds of billions of people, it will be evoking this question and offering this answer. And if we're back to the live stream, I also have the very great privilege today to recognize the mountain crew. Oh, we might have had a technical glitch. Again, we can recall that, as Sid was pointing out, the first blast didn't go off till hours after the ceremony, so we've got some time to get this right, and we're still going to be ahead. But the mountain crew obviously has done a lot to help make this possible. In spite of setbacks, a wretched winter, to be perfectly frank, and possibly a worse spring, too little time with too much to do, and a halfway crazy director that thought it would be a good idea to try to build a shop building at the same time as finishing the hand, the crew has persevered. Crazy Horse Memorial Foundation is built on an audacious vision that's always demanded determination. This crew has that in spades. And if we don't get back to the live stream, I'm just going to start listing the members of the crew. Mark Dean, Jeff Hermanson, Jim. I am just talking about the crew's names. This is happening in live time, people. All right. I was at Jim McNulty. He's actually down here. And Jeff Hermanson is also, I believe, down here. If the two of you are down here, if you don't mind standing up, making yourselves known. There's Jim McNulty back there. And then, Jeff, where were you at? I feel like I should be able to hear you if you just talk. He's centaurous in his vocal capabilities. Maybe he's running an errand or something, though. There he is. I told you, we would just hear him talk. There's Jeff Hermanson. I believe 35 years on the mountain crew for Jeff Hermanson. All right, and we'll continue onward. There's Evan Bennett, Jesse Wheeler, Leanne Schramm, Tommy Castellan, Paul Rooks, Mikey Pennington, Kenneth Kaiser, Smokey Meyer, Isaac Parsons, George Bennett, Tyrell Zahn, Warren Nash, Caden Varlin, Cody Castellan, Tyler Bresky. And certainly I have to mention Alicia Herman, who's doing her best to deal with a very windy day flying that drone. And Vaughn Ziolkowski. They're the other two grandchildren that work on the mountain. And I shall not talk about them anymore lest I start crying. And there were also many others who worked on this before the current crew. I think some of them may be here in the crowd. If you're a former carver of the mountain, former member of the mountain crew, if you'd wave a hand, and if I'm yeah, okay, please, if you could stand up, that would be great. Yeah. Well, earlier I said that at this time last year, nothing in the history of progress on the mountain would have suggested that we'd be close to finishing that magnificent hand this day. Let me briefly explain myself. And yes, this is unfortunately where it will become painfully obvious that I am an applied statistician. My apologies. I could talk for several hours about numbers, but I promise I can use a single chart to convey the dominant through line. So I think I'm back to slides here. Oh yeah, wow. This is exciting, a chart. Completing the magnificent face of Crazy Horse took 10 years. And this face was, it is, and it was incredible. But to give you an idea of it, people from, like professionals from the blasting industry, traveled from far and wide to see the technical things they were doing on that face. And the green line is a decent approximation of the square footage finished. That's your y-axis. Look, you were like, we were not going to be talking about y and x-axes today. As the days passed, right? And so you can see it's around 3,650 days. And again, that thing was incredible. The amount of finished surface area totals approximately 4,863.11211 feet, approximately. Thus, the rate of finished work was about 500 square feet per year. I said one chart, but I have 3 builds, so there you go. Since 2015, right, this is starting in 2015 till June of 2022, the red line, the focus shifted from blasting on the front of the mountain, as we showed a few pictures of those magnificent blasts, to doing finishing work on the hand and parts of the arm. Engineering consultants advised against blasting in these areas, given the features and the final shape of the carving. As said before, granite is truculent, right? It took some time to find other ways to get that stuff off the mountain if we weren't blasting. And it looks like after several years, once we got some of that figured out, we were again finishing about 500 square feet per year. Ooh. Now, here's what we completed or are within an inch of completing in the past year. Yeah. I was not expecting to get an applause for a chart. This is incredible. I should have done more charts. I could have. There were many charts I want. No, some people are saying no. I'm misreading the room. My bad. This includes not just the hand, but the left forearm, some of it, and also the triceps. And if this chart doesn't do it for you, you're hopeless. I'm sorry. Okay, that's harsh. You just need like remedial data analysis class. We're looking at a rate of roughly 5,000 square feet per year. That's about 10 times what we've seen historically. Even if we didn't quite keep that up, it's still just an order of magnitude difference.
Does anybody know where the bag for the sale is?
I'm going to turn this down now. All right. Professional speaking 101. Okay, sorry for that big nerd energy. And of course, a picture is worth 1,000 words, so here are some photos. Oh wow, we're back to the drone feed. Yeah, so this is, I think it's a little blurry. We're gonna go to the slides, I think, for this part. So I'm gonna compare the mountain a year ago, roughly, with today. And actually, it's not quite today, it's several days ago, which even the fact that I have to specify that says something. So 2022, this is from the back side of the mountain, as we call it. It's the side you can't really see from down here. You have a blocky top half of a hand, hundreds of tons to remove to unearth the lower half. Then earlier this week, the shape of the hand, it's all there. It's not even cleaned up, right? We have equipment all over the place, but the equipment does show you like just the scale of what we're talking about. There's a few wrinkles to add, some grooves that have since been smoothed since been torched pretty smooth. And now here's a view from up above in 2022. I think you can start to make out something like a hand. You don't see a thumb. Here's, it's flipped upside down. That's difficult. That's a few days ago. A few corners left to smooth. Again, a pinky to torch. And I think this one is the one, we had made a lot of good progress on the back side of the hand, but before this year, if you go to the front side, that's 2022. You don't see a hint of a thumb. You start to see an index, and also note the forearm has been blocked out some, and then that's a hand, right? And it looks even better now because the thumbnail is there. Like I said, there's a few wrinkles to add still. Yeah, I don't know. It still gives me shivers sometimes to look at that. You can also, as an aside, start to see some locks of mane flowing in underneath the index finger. The index finger will not be suspended in space. Again, we want this to last for a long time. And so the working model has been changed to have some mane underneath that finger. All right, promise I'll wrap up soon, Whitney. I know I'm over time, but I can't help myself. When will this mountain be finished? Better to address this question now with everyone listening. I don't know. It depends on so many factors: weather, the labor market, technology, and you. Many of you have generously donated time and resources. What we do is impossible without funds and personnel to come up with bespoke carving solutions. There's not a lot of people doing the mountain carvings these days, so we have to really come up with a lot of solutions, and that takes resources. I strongly believe that certain investments, like a large tower crane and some robotic arms, could cut decades off the time remaining. But the bigger point is, this mountain will be finished. We know that every block we cut, every finishing saw setup that we complete, every square foot we torch brings us closer to that end. Of course, the mountain crew is just the front line. We have incredible support from the rest of the staff. We have our remarkable board. It's amazing we can get so many accomplished, thoughtful people together in one place on a regular basis. Our visitors and guests, our donors. This is a monumental endeavor with a monumental cast. And when we finish, Crazy Horse will just be getting started. The work of the memorial will stretch far beyond the time it takes to complete it. As Sid said, the mountain is the smallest thing we're doing. But again, that's a little egocentric in how to see it. While we feel as though we're moving blocks and shaping contours, it's just as much the case that Chief Henry Standing Bear's vision is cutting out these blocks, carving this mountain, moving us. Look around. That initial vision has built this complex, shaped this mountain, brought all of us here today. Thank you for being a part of that vision. Thank you for being open to seeing its beauty and its power. Thank you for helping make this memorial, this vision, a reality. Thanks.
You know, friends and relatives, when I took on this position as a chief executive officer, I had many sit-downs with many of the staff members, and Caleb and I sat together and had a heart-to-heart about our positions, he as the new director of the mountain carving, and as we went up to the top and had several visits in my office, Caleb sincerely had tears in his eyes and shared with me that he wants his work on the mountain to be good for our people, Native people across the country. And so we had a lot of discussions about the work moving forward into the future. And you could see it in the reasons why he's here to honor the work of Korczak and Chief Henry Standing Bear. And so for Caleb and I to get together in this work, it's been an honor and a privilege. And I'm very thankful that Caleb is here carrying on the work of his grandfather. He has a very good heart. He wants this memorial to do well and to educate people, to inspire people to work together and to help bring our people, indigenous people, native peoples of this land here in a light and to provide healing and reconciliation. So I'm very appreciative of him and the mountain crew. So then once again, Caleb Ziolkowski, let's give him a round of applause. And all the mountain team, we thank you.
Thank you, Caleb. And real quickly, we want to acknowledge Frank. Chairman Frank Starr comes out. If you're, I believe you just arrived. Come on up, Chairman. Come on up and join us up here at the stage. He representing the Ogallala. The Ogallala Lakota. There he is. I believe Frank's also a Marine Corps veteran as well. So we'll have the drum group kind of dance him in. Hey. Good to see you, Frank. And I know there was some rumbling up here. It wasn't the wind. It was my stomach. I was getting hungry. Kind of rumbling around over here. Did you want to have him say it, Phillips? We're going to go ahead and let Chairman Starr comes out, acknowledge the people here before we go to our dance exhibitions. We do have men's traditional, men's fancy, and they're going to give their rendition of an exhibition here right after this. Chairman.
I broke the mic already. Oh, Matakiapi. Frank Starr comes out. President, Oglala Sioux Tribe, Chairman of Great Plains Tribal Chairman Association. I just want to say welcome for all you visitors coming from out of state. And I'd like to thank you for inviting me today. Last night I came to an event for the rededication, I believe it was. And I spoke a little bit about, our people here and some of the challenges we face in Indian country. But today, I just want to mention, unity. Unity was also spoken yesterday. And that's part of my plan throughout my administration and the next year and a half is to unite not only our tribes, but with the people of South Dakota, because I believe we need to work together. And with that, Crazy Horse has a lot of history amongst our people here, and he's a very valuable and well-respected member of our tribe. So I just want to say thank you for inviting me. And I didn't think I would be speaking today, so enjoy the festivities today, and I'm looking forward to the program today. Thank you. Wopila.
Before we bring the dancers up, I just would like to recognize our board of directors. If you'd please stand when I read your name. Our chairman of the board, Steve Helmers, if you'd please stand. Vice Chairman Robert Leach, please stand. Treasurer Mark Hutchings. Secretary Roger Brower. Emeriti Wes Shelton. Emeriti Joe Dubray. Emeriti Sid Goss. Board Director Dalla Burns. And please stay standing, board directors. Dr. Jade Herman. Monty Lucas, Don Montelo, Jeremy Patterson, Dr. Kay Schallenkamp, Barry Tice, Jay Vogt, Dr. Caleb Ziolkowski, Mike Gibson, Kay Jorgensen, Dr. Erla Marcus, David Olson, Steve Rasmussen, Amanda Scott, Dr. Janelle Tolman, Alexander Zane Zephyr, Monique Ziolkowski, Vaughn Ziolkowski. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our board of directors a round of applause and thank them. And I also would like to recognize, my Chief Financial Officer who helped us, has been helping us and behind the scenes with all the setup and all the great work. Let's give a round of applause if you'd stand. Joe Conkle, he's sitting in the back here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Joe. And also I want to say thank you to Amanda Alcock, as well as Badwayer Ganji, for helping us to plan these this weekend's events. Let's give them a round of applause as well. And I want to say thank you to the Ziolkowski family. If you are in attendance, please rise. Members of the Ziolkowski family that are here this weekend to help us celebrate. And we appreciate the Korczak heritage and the staff. And also all the staff of Crazy Horse Memorial Foundation, please stand. All the staff of Crazy Horse Memorial. We say thank you for your hard work, dedication. And I cannot say thank you enough to our Buildings and Grounds Director, Thurston Pond, who's been a staff member for many, many years. Right behind the scenes, very humble individual. We could go on and on. I want to say thank you to also Kevin here, also and Rueben for our Co-Emcees for helping us, and our dancers and everyone that really assisted us. Billy Mills said to me yesterday when he toured our university, we had lunch. He said after he won the Olympics, Chief Oliver Red Cloud told him to humble himself and to have a giveaway. And I think with our board directors and all our donors, everyone involved, that is a sense that you get from the family, from everyone, that humility, that this project is not about one person or any individual. This project is about everyone that has come together, not only for the mountain carving, for the museum, the university, and all aspects of Crazy Horse Memorial. It's about lifting up not only Crazy Horse, but all the leaders, the indigenous leaders that love their people. We could talk about Chief Joseph. We could talk about Sitting Bull, Red Cloud. We could go around the country, Geronimo, many of the leaders of the Dene, all the tribes, for us to provide a platform for people to learn about all the tribes that exist. And so by coming together in a way, in a manner that this is not about individuals, this is about us coming together for a purpose bigger than all of us. And so we say thank you for the veterans. We say thank you for everyone coming together and assisting us on this beautiful day. We hope you enjoy the rest of your visit here. We have the food trucks. We have food inside. We have more performances that will be taking place here, throughout the day. This afternoon, we're also going to have a program inside the theater. For those of you that want to get out of the wind, we have our board panel. We have our university panel. We have members of Crazy Horse's descendants, members of the Dewey Beard family, university, the museum team, all the relatives coming together, the friends and the family working together today. And so with that, we say thank you all for joining us. And I'm going to turn it back on over here to Rueben to share some more dances. And once again, feel free. Amanda, I believe if we have, so we also, for delegates here, we have some food vouchers for you to take, go wherever you would like to have your meal. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for everyone involved for helping us and assisting us on this day. And thank you for your continued support of Crazy Horse Memorial. I'll turn it back to Rueben.
Thank you, Whitney. At this time, we do have some dance exhibitions, as we promised you, within the spirit of Crazy Horse and the spirit of what's all been shared here this morning time and now into the afternoon. And we're going to bring up our traditional dancers. Our traditional dancers at this time, if you would, come on up. I believe we have male and female. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, this is young Emily Littlehoop, our traditional dancer, as well. Her sister danced earlier, the women's jingle. And then the young man here, the traditional dancer, his name is Rueben Littlehead Jr. That's my son. Yeah. You guys ready? Two starts, Stampede, are you there? Jeremiah was a bullfrog. Once again, our traditional dancers, Emily Littlehoop, Alliance, Nebraska, representing the Lakota Nations, as well as Rueben Littlehead Jr., representing the Northern Cheyenne Navajo Nations. They're also going to be exhibitioning later on this afternoon after lunch, too, so we invite you back for those as well. Now let's bring up our fancy dancers. We have some awesome champion fancy dancers with us here this afternoon. Yeah, I know it. The traditional dancers, we did a little something together with one song, but we're going to go ahead and do our men's fancy first. This young man here, his name is Xavier Littlehead, and it's my oldest son. He is a Haskell graduate last year, receiving his bachelor's degree. He's currently in the process of graduate school. He sings with the drum group Showtime. And he's a member, enrolled member of the Northern Cheyenne, Lame Deer, Montana, and his mom also represents the Navajo Nation. And we're going to come to Stampede for two starts, exhibition style, fancy dance of the Plains. You ready to rock and roll? Stampede. Thank you for that applause. Xavier Littlehead. I couldn't remember if it was Emily or Emery. This is, earlier we had the grass dance duo, father-son. This is a mother-daughter duo. And this is Kelly and Emery LeBeau from Cheyenne River. And this is their rendition of the Women's Fancy Shawl. Once again, they're also going to be dancing later on this afternoon, too. But this is Women's Fancy Stampede. You got 2 starts, Jeremiah? All right, Kelly and Emery LeBeau. Thank you for that applause. And, as I mentioned, all of our dancers are all educated, college educated. Some of them have finished their degrees already. Some of them are working on their graduate school level, doctorate level. But we're very proud and honored to have all of these exhibition dancers here with us this afternoon. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll turn it back to Whitney for some closing remarks. And if you put your nose that way a little bit, you can almost smell that buffalo stew. Smell it? I hope that's buffalo stew. All right.
Once again, let's give a round of applause to all of our dancers and our singers, Stampede, champion dancers in attendance today. We say thank you. And once again, we appreciate everyone involved for being here to help us celebrate the 75th anniversary of Crazy Horse Memorial. This afternoon, we're excited. We have Dallas Chief Eagle, world-renowned hoop dancer that'll be sharing the stage here with us. So let's give a round of applause to Dallas Chief Eagle and thank him for being in attendance with us today, friends and relatives. And once again, we also have throughout the afternoon, Rueben and Kevin, but Rueben will be kind of sharing a little more about the dances, kind of intricacy, the different styles of dances, the origin of our dances, so on and so forth. So that's going to be taking place throughout the afternoon. I believe there's a chance of rain around 3 o'clock. So, Dave Olson, if you could take care of that for us and hold it off for a little longer. But nonetheless, enjoy the outside activities, and inside in the theater, we also have presentations in the comforts of our theater, obviously the museum, and enjoy the rest of your visit with us. The gift shop, the restaurant, and the food trucks. We want to say thank you to Coca-Cola for their sponsorship. We also want to say thank you to the Crazy Horse Memorial Foundation Board of Directors for approving the budget for this weekend. We want to say thank you to the family of Korczak and Ruth Ziolkowski. We say thank you to Crazy Horse Memorial staff, Du, Bad Warrior, Ganji, Zuya, Sicha Consulting, the South Dakota Department of Tribal Relations. Thank you for Jim for bringing the flags here to be on display here for us. Also, Crazy Horse Composite Squadron. We say thank them for their help. South Dakota State University, Wokini Initiative, also to the South Dakota Mines Office of the President, We also say thank you to Nebraska Army National Guard and the Lakota helicopter flyover that took place this morning. We also want to say thank you to Black Hills State University and Dr. Lori Nichols and all the wonderful staff there. We also say thank you to Custer Lodge, Troop 171. We also say thank you to the Sioux, the Rosebud, and as well as the Cheyenne River veterans groups for coming and helping us share this beautiful day as well. We also want to say thank you to Korczak's Heritage for helping sponsor the food and all the festivities here. We also want to say thank you to Laughing Water Restaurant, the Coca-Cola Bottling Company, High Country. We also want to say thank you to Custer Volunteer Fire Department, the City of Custer, Custer School District, also Mueller Civic Center, City of Hot Springs, South Dakota, Black Hills Balloons for helping us with the unveiling, and especially to all of our donors, our sponsors, our supporters that are here with us today as well. And so, friends and relatives, once again, we are on lunch break or transition break, I should say. Make yourself comfortable. Enjoy the rest of your time with us here today. And I believe right around 1 o'clock or so, the performances and such will begin, and as well as the presentations in the theater as well. And so, thanks. Joanne, are we missing anything over here? Okay. Oh, you're just waiting for me? All right. Board directors, anything that you'd like to? Are we good there? All right. Thank you very much for being here and your support. Thank you, friends and relatives.
No more Lee either.
Probably your hearing aid. Turned up too high.
part of the program. So first and foremost, we want to invite all the dancers up to the stage, all the performers, singers, veterans, as well as any Crazy Horse Memorial staff. Hint, Caleb Ziolkowski, if you can come forth as well. And if there's any other department leads, if you would come up from Crazy Horse Memorial with the veterans, the dancers, the singers, MCs, dignitaries, come up to the stage, and then we're going to kind of introduce, we're going to kick things off with a song that was composed for Crazy Horse, Tashunke Witgo. We're going to kick things off with that song shortly here, and then we're going to go into the presentation of the dances, and Ruben's going to kind of give the traditional origin of each of the dance styles, so that when you yourself, maybe you might attend a powwow, and you'll understand what the dances represent. And that's kind of part of our mission here at Crazy Horse, is to teach our guests a little more about tradition. So Caleb, yes, come on up, Caleb. And any other Crazy Horse Memorial staff. Dallas, Chief Eagle, come up. Veteran groups, come on up. We're going to gather up here on the stage, and maybe during the Crazy Horse Tashunka Witko Wayowa, Aloha that we share, we'll have everyone up here together. But so all dancers, singers, dignitaries, any of the Crazy Horse Memorial staff, and family members who are here, please come up to the stage, and then we'll have Marlon Kelly prepare for Crazy Horse's traditional song.
Check 1, 2. Yeah, that's pull it right out of the back pocket. There's been a request here, as in the program too, following the honoring and some of the dancers and singers here. We have Mr. Marlon Kelly to render the Crazy Horse song in the remembrance and the memorial here, 75 years, 75th annual. And without further ado, we'll ask each and every one of you that are in attendance or hearing distance here to please stand and remove your headgear, gentlemen, as we turn this microphone on over to Mr. Marlon Kelly.
Well, I just want to say good afternoon to you guys all. I want to thank the Crazy Horse committee, staff, employees here, Tahanshi, Whitney, for inviting me to come and share the song that they just talked about for our great chief, Crazy Horse. But usually before I start any song, I like to give a little translation of what the song means. And I know some of you probably heard me sing last night. Some of you probably not. But the translation to this song says, my friends, my people, when you see the Black Hills, remember me, a defender for my people, said, so Chief Crazy Horse. So that's the little translation of what this song is going to mean here.
Come on up, Kevin. Kelly, Emery, come on up for a picture. Sonny Jr., come on up for a picture. We're going to ask everyone, they're hugging and following, shaking hands. Well, keep hugging, keep shaking hands, but we're going to ask you to go back to your same spot. All right, veterans. Yeah, now that the full crew is here. Move in, move in. Move down, move down. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and get started. And can everybody see okay back there? Is everybody comfortable way back there? We got a lot of seats up here. We got a lot of seats up here. If you guys want to move on up closer to the stage, just sending the invite out there, putting it out there. You're welcome to come on up here. There's no blankets. Unless there's a blanket or a serape or something over that seat, that means that seat is reserved. Indian way, old way. Yeah. But if the seat is open, it's vacant, come on up here. Get a little bit closer. We got some champion dancers with us. We have some champion dancers. I'm going to turn it on over here to Kelly. Kelly's going to let us know in the main building. We do have some, I think it's a Theater 1, and we have some other stuff going on inside. You want to let the people know?
What's going on inside?
Yeah, we have.
Well,
these are all going on inside this time frame here.
in the Welcome Center this afternoon, Don Modello is a board member here at Crazy Horse Memorial. He's an artist, and he'll be putting on a display, and he's fantastic. I have a couple of vases or vases that he had worked on and painted for me. It was a gift from the Lakota Nation Invitational for volunteering. Also, at 2 o'clock, Michael Laughing Fox Charlotte will be playing the flute at 2 o'clock. This is all inside. 2:30, the Crazy Horse Memorial Foundation board panel. Well, that'd be fun. 3 o'clock, the Indian Museum of North America has a presentation. Andrew Duchesneau. And at 3:30, the Indian Museum of North America staff and student panel. And then Dewey Bad Warrior at 4 o'clock, Descendants of Crazy Horse, the Man presentation. So there's a lot going on inside, but we've still got a lot going on right here.
Yep.
I believe, what am I going to introduce them and you explain it?
Sure.
All right, that's much better than me trying to explain anything.
No, let's go the other way. Let's do it. I changed my mind. I'll introduce him and you can explain it.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Try
kidding.
the first one.
Yeah, joking you.
No, just say who the first group is.
Oh. You introduce him. I'll bring him
Okay.
to the stage.
Well, it's the grass dancers, you know. And this will be John Taken Alive and Jackson Taken Alive. How'd I do?
You did awesome.
All right.
You did awesome, Kevin.
Sweet.
All right, father-son duo. John Taken Alive, Jackson Taken Alive, we're calling you upon the stage. And these two outstanding champion dancers are going to be rendering the exhibition of grass dance. And for those of you that were here this morning, we had a short exhibition of 2 starts. I believe this afternoon we're going to give them 2 starts straight. And two-start crow hop, Jeremiah. So we'll give it a little break in between songs.
I may or may not have been a grass dancer in college.
Well, wait a minute. You know, it's a touchy subject. Are you talking about, what grass are you talking about?
The kind you wear.
Okay, all right. Not the hula, not the Hawaiian.
Hula, but I did have a coconut bra.
Oh, you had a TMI.
But only one coconut, so it really didn't work.
Right on your forehead.
Yes.
Would they say straight crow up? Right? Two-start straight and two-start crow up? Okay. So these grass dancers here, there's a lot of origination stories. There's a few tribes out there that talk about the grass dance origination. And this afternoon, I'm going to share a little bit with you some of the grass dance, a story that was told to me from the Omaha Nation. The Omaha Nation had this society dance, and there was no bustle feathers on the backside. Everything was made of yarn. And just as the tall grass would move in the fields and in the area, it is the same movement of these grass dancers. So when you see all these grass dancers moving with every part of their body, from their toes, their ankles, their knees, their hips, their arms, their elbows, their neck, their head, even their lips, they kind of move when a good song is jamming out, and they kind of back this way, turn this way, head up here, even their lips are moving. So watch closely. And these two dancers here, John, they coming to us from Eagle Butte, South Dakota. They are father, son, and they dance a lot alike. You might think it's a team dance, but it's not. They have similar moves. But both are champion dancers, very well respected in the arena. And today we're going to give you a straight song, which is just a regular beat. And then we're going to come back with a two-start crow hop, which is going to be a single beat, kind of a foot slide. But right now, we're going to turn it on over to John and Jackson, father, son, stampede. Let's stampede one out. How about a round of applause? Woo, man. You may or may not have been a grass dancer in college, you said. All right. Yeah. You know, also I wanted to make mention to the bells that these dancers wear. In a lot of different stories, they talk about the sound of the bells that chases a lot of the negative energy away. A lot of maybe hindering spirits or different wandering energy that are out there. These grass dancers were one of the first ones that came in the arena, and they blessed the arena, so to speak. And those bells that they wear, those are the bells that kind of awaken the people, let them know that we're dancing over here. And then also at the same time is to kind of shoo away or push off that negative energy and allow all of our powwow arenas to be safe and to be ready to go. Now this next song is a foot slide. It's a crow hop, and you'll notice the difference in the beat, but you'll also notice the different movements that kind of created and originated by these dancers here. Stampede, crow hop, foot slide. One more time, a round of applause. A father-son duo. John taken alive, the father here, and his son Jackson. You notice the headdresses they're wearing? The headdresses, I'm talking about the head roaches on top of their head with the feathers. Those are made out of porcupine hair, guard hair. Porcupine. So I know some of you are thinking that, and some of you are kind of nodding. Porcupine, they have the long guard hair in the wintertime, and it takes years to collect the long hair. And then you see his son, Jackson, wearing the blonde porcupine hair. So some people kind of misinterpret. They think it's horse hair, maybe dyed. The roach that young boy is wearing is blonde porcupine guard hair. And in every porcupine, there's probably about 3, 4, maybe 5 on one animal. So to make a roach of that caliber, it probably takes about 20 years, 20 plus years to save that blonde hair. So that's probably equivalent to, oh man, it's it's just so rare to have those blonde roaches. It takes a lot of years of collection and a lot of just a lot of craftsmanship. I believe Herb made that. Did Herb make that? No, that's not Herb. Is that Richie? Who made it? Oh, Yasti? Oh, Yasti Perkins. Okay, Yasti Perkins made that bad boy. All right. Who's our next, Kevin? Who's our next ones? Your kid. My kid. Which one? Yeah. I got 4 kids, and 2 of them are, actually they're all here. All my boys and my daughter, and they're traveling with Dad this weekend, and this is what you call secret gigs. Yeah. There's all big contest powers going all over in Indian country, but yet Rueben and the Little Head crew and Kelly and her daughter are over here, Jackson and John over here, they got secret gigs going on. All right, let's go to Rueben Littlehead Jr. and Emily Little Hoop, our traditional dancers. You guys ready? Ladies and gentlemen, these true traditional dancers here, they represent the traditional dance. Is our oldest dance. This is the warrior dance, and who's going to dance first? You want to go first, Emily? So this is Emily Little Hoop, and for those of you that were here this morning, she comes to us from Alliance, Nebraska, and she's going to do her rendition of her Lakota traditional dance. And she's going to be dancing that Lakota stationary style. And for those of you that understand traditional dancers, women's traditional, they are also adorned in buckskin or cloth. And a lot of times they have a shell dress or elk tooth. She's wearing a elk tooth dress. Or sometimes the whole beaded top is fully beaded, yoke or a cape, and the designs, the colors, the different ways that a traditional dancer wears her outfit, her regalia, that often signifies where they come from, what tribe she represents. A lot of times you could tell a traditional dancer if she was single or married, her status. You could tell if she came from a chief family, if she came from a society. But in more modern times today in our powwow arena, we have a lot of dancers that adopt different styles. But I'm proud to say here, Emily, she comes from a prominent traditional Lakota family out there in Alliance. And today she's dancing stationary. And the stationary is the Lakota way that are not going to walk around in the arena. They'll dance in a one position, and they'll move, they'll rotate. And the story that was told to me was a woman would go and out in the prairie or somewhere in the distance of where her loved one was in war or battle. And whether it was a daughter or a wife or a mother, they would go out there and dance and pray at the same time for their loved one to come home, their warrior, whether it's their dad, whether it's their brother or their husband. And so you'll see this stationary dance. And a lot of times, too, they like I said, the outfits that they wear and the regalia that they wear. So we're going to go 2 starts. 2 starts, Stampede, straight traditional song. Hey, Apple. Hey, Apple, Stampede. Give her a round of applause, Emily. All right, her second song, Jeremiah, she's requesting Imsicha. This is a warrior woman dance song rendition here. A lot of times in the victories, in a lot of our circles in our homecoming, we had a returning of our warriors, our kichita, and at the same time, we had these women that would come and they would dance, and they would dance for not only the victories, but also for our families, for their families. And so with this here, she wants to give her rendition. And Stampede, you know the song. We're looking forward to 2 starts. Here we go, Stampede. Give her another round of applause. This is Emily Littlehoo. Emily, I'm going to do something different that I'm going to bring Jackson and John back out, okay? But you're going to start me off. Are you good with it? I'm going to have her, give her the mic. I'm going to have her say a little bit. Maybe she has an Indian name she wants to share. Maybe she's in college that she wants to share. Maybe she wants to just give an expression of her feelings today here at the Crazy Horse Memorial. Whatever you want, 15, 20 seconds. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emily Littlehoop. My Lakota name is Chajayatkhapimi. That translates to the people call her name woman. Excuse me, I'm a little out of breath. I'm very happy and grateful to be here, to be listening to the old songs, to be here at Crazy Horse Memorial and the Black Hills where my people come from. And I just want to say how grateful I am to be dancing today. I haven't danced since October, and it brings so much warm feelings to my heart, and it makes me so happy.
All right. I recognize that Achia hat in there. Achia hat for all the Navajo relatives. We have any Navajo relatives out here? Where you at? There they are. Hey, biga. Biga. Yeah. Those are the three that were wandering around. We had buffalo stew. We had buffalo steak. We had buffalo jerky. We even had live buffalo walking around. But those three Navajo boys, they were looking for sheep, looking for mutton around. No sheep, boys. All right, this is our men's traditional. And Rueben Littlehead Jr., this is my son. And I'll let him introduce his Indian name and talk a little bit after he dances. But maybe I should do it before. That way they're not out of breath, right? Right? My name is Uriah. And my name is Uriah Littlehoop. And hey, just kidding, you weren't like that. All right, here we go, Junior.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rueben Littlehead Jr. I come from the Northern Cheyenne tribe in Lame Deer, Montana, on my dad's side, as well as the Flagstaff, Arizona, the Navajo Nation on my mother's side. I am a sophomore at Haskell Indian Nations to continue my basketball and golf sports endeavors. And yeah, I'll just say about that much. Aho. Yeah.
All right. Junior is going to dance a straight song for 2 starts. And a little bit about the traditional. Like I said, it's our oldest dance. It's a warrior dance. And these warriors, they more or less tell a story when they dance. It's a real straight 2 feet on the ground, keeping close to the ground. And let me add that real quick because Dew asked me to give a powwow 101. And when you're at a powwow or you're watching different dancing, you'll see the different dancers, especially traditional. They got two beats with each foot, 2 beats, right? So when you hear Hollywood or you hear Bugs Bunny and some of the other ones, and they have that you know, well, maybe if you're crazy in your room by yourself, you dance like that. But when you see a traditional dancer here giving his style, you'll see the 2 beats in unison, in balance, right? Kind of with their getting ready to stalk their enemy, getting ready to stalk their prey, maybe a hunting trip. So this is Rueben Littlehead Jr. Mahavikis Esheve. Stampede, 2 starts. Round of applause. You know, I don't know if you noticed or not, too, but the head roach that Junior's wearing is also a blonde porcupine. And the maker of that roach is a well-known roach maker named Richard Street. And he's from Spirit Lake, North Dakota. And I visited with Richard, and Richard told me it took him 17 and a half years. 17 and a half years to collect that hair. The bustle he's wearing, I'm proud to say, is one of his grandpa's, if not the final bustle that he made. And he was a Lakota and half Cheyenne living in Lame Deer, Montana. His name was the late Myron Highbull. And Myron was known for his bustle-making skills. And he taught both myself and my sons some of the bustle-making and feather work. And, you know, when he was still alive, he shared a lot of knowledge and stuff with us. So I'm going to give the late Myron Highbull a shout-out. And then, the same matter, his bells that he wears, it signifies that same way, that same importance. And if you notice, Junior, he dances with the eagle fan of an eagle wing in the left hand, and he dances with a bow in his right hand to signify that warrior status. And now he's going to go ahead and dance a double beat, we call it now. It's like a double beat crow hop. But back home in Cheyenne country, we talk about a buffalo dance that we have. I believe Lakotas also have a buffalo dance too. But amongst the Cheyenne, the northern Cheyenne, we have a buffalo dance. It's a buffalo stomp. And when we had our buffalo honorings and our ceremonies, we had the same beat, and it's called a buffalo stomp, buffalo dance, stampede, if you would, please. Okay. One more time, a good round of applause. Yeah, thank you, Junior. I believe we have Charlie Cooney now. Is she here? Is Charlie Cooney here? I believe she was going to speak a little bit on behalf of the teepee. You know, I was here talking about Lame Deer, Montana, and then I was talking about our buffalo dance, and out of all the crowd here, I see some Lame Deer people here, so it's good to see Lynette and Nellie, Kevin, and Malvina. All right. I got some familiar. That's Malvina Winters, right? And she's the daughter of Nellie. Is that how that works? Nellie Two Bulls, the late Nellie Whitehorse, right? Whitehorse Two Bulls. So we're honored to have that lineage here as well. And Charlie is here. Charlie is here. So we're going to turn some time on over to Charlie. She's going to talk about the teepee here. And then we also have jingle dress yet. We also have women's fancy. No, we did that. No, we do. Women's fancy. And then we also have the men's fancy coming up to us here in a little bit this afternoon. Did everybody get something to eat? Okay. So this concession stand over here, they got hot dogs, they got hamburgers, and they got something on the menu that I like that you don't very rarely see very often. And that is the Sloppy Joe. Yeah.
By the way, those Sloppy Joes are extra sloppy.
They're awesome. So, shout out to the concession stand over there for putting Sloppy Joes on the menu. I like it when you take a bite and some of it kind of gushes out on the other side. That's when you know it's good.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to this presentation. There are beautiful teepees all around here at the Crazy Horse Monument. My favorite is up in the Visitor Center with artwork done by the great artist Pahaska. And if you haven't seen that, get up to the Visitor Center and check out that and a bunch of the great artwork. They're discussing the recipe for Sloppy Joes. Are we ready?
We're ready, Kevin.
All right, please welcome Charlie Cooney.
Well, thank you, Kevin. We got Charlie. And then I've been given the honor to introduce her sister as well, Star. And then also the Hunka sister. And Hunka in the Lakota language is kind of like an adopted sister, but we don't use that word adoption. We use it as a sister. There's a special bond relationship made, and it's through ceremony. So Nisa, and she is also the Hunka sister. So altogether, there are three sisters. And we have the two little ones here, Kenai and Stella. And what I'm going to do, that's my job, is to introduce them. They asked me if I wanted to share a little bit about teepee. I can, maybe afterwards. But a lot of the Lakota virtues, values, the teachings of the teepee are the same way in our Cheyenne ways too as well. A lot of our alliance, a lot of the same knowledge and the same history. So with that, Charlie, I turn it to you. Let's welcome with a round of applause.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Charlie Cooney and I come from the Medicine Root District that is found on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. I'm a proud mother of twin sons. I only have one son with me today. This is Kenai. He has a brother named Korczak. I graduated from the Institute of American Indian Arts in Santa Fe, New Mexico. One of my goals was to eventually move back home here to South Dakota. Since moving back, I furthered my career as an artist, as well as teaching youth in our community the importance behind teepee knowledge, teepee demonstration, and allowing a safe space to let others come and ask questions. People who didn't get the opportunities to do so, even as adults. I know doing this for the last year with these two, we've come across numerous adults, men and women, who didn't get the opportunities as a child to grow up with the culture the way we got to. So I'm gonna hand it off to my sister Star and let her share a little about herself and her family.
Hi, good day, everybody. Can everybody hear me? Sounds a little bit weird up here. My name is Star Cooney. This is my daughter, Stella Cooney. We reside in the Medicine Root District in Kyle, which is on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. We come from a traditional family, grew up around teepees. I currently I spend a lot of my time doing teas, teepees, and my life revolves around the basketball circuit with my son. Right now, I'm losing my words, excuse me. We have the opportunity to go around our reservation and in the surrounding areas to give everybody a chance to be hands-on with the teepee, and we didn't realize how important that was. What else? I'm gonna hand it off.
Hello, everybody. I'm Petu Washte. Anissa Martin Amacha Piksto Oglala Lakota Himacha. My name is Anissa Martin. I am Oglala Lakota. I'm from the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and today, just thankful to be in front of you all today and to share what we know about the teepee. And what I do, I currently work with Indian Collective. We're out of Rapid City, and we do a lot of work here in the Hesapa, the Black Hills. Before that, I was working in the mental health field, and then before that, I had graduated from the University of South Dakota with a BS in psychology. It was always a goal for me to come back and to be with the people and to help our people. And right now, I currently reside in Rapid City. And yeah, my background with the teepee was only a year. So I came to my sisters, and they decided to host a teaching one day, and I wanted to come and learn. I wouldn't call my family a traditional family per se, but I'm a part of the cycle where I bring it back to my family and back to my community. And so one of the reasons why I am passionate about doing teepee work and providing this knowledge and sharing this knowledge with people and younger relatives is because oftentimes we don't have access, even though we live on the res and we're from the res. There's a limited amount of resources, and so one of the reasons why we decided to build this and to share our knowledge is because we want to be a part of creating resources for our people. And with the teepee as well, nowadays we see the teepee being built by men, which is amazing, and we love our men, we love our Lakota men. But traditionally it was a woman's job, and so we want to reclaim that for our women and for us. And the feeling of when we get done building a teepee is empowering, and I want every woman to be able to feel that, every youth to be able to feel that feeling. And so yeah, I'll just pass it on to Charlie for now.
So for the last year, the three of us started a little group that we like to call the Lakota Women of the Plains Society. What we've been doing is sharing this knowledge in different settings like a school, community events, and something similar to like today's event. Our mission is to offer that space back to our women. The importance of the role, the women are the caretakers of the home. A little bit of history on the teepee itself. The word teepee is a Lakota word that means dwelling or home. Since we've been building teepees in the last year, it was a lot of trial and error. Some of the things that we've learned were through different elders, different members of the community. So with what we've learned is what we share today. So we never say that our way is the right way, but our way, when we're doing it, working together as a team, our houses become a home. The teepees that are up right now, they're standing in a structure of 10. Then they have 2 poles that set their flaps. The poles themselves have specific meanings between different family members and different Tioshpaes throughout the Pine Ridge Reservation. All have a different story behind it. One of the ones that we'll share with you is the tripod, the 3 poles that will bring the teepee to a stand, can represent the 3 dialects of the Oceti-Sakowee, the Dakota, Nakota, and Lakota people. Wrapped around those 3 poles is a rope. The Lakota call that khan. It's the vein of life. So when we wrap our 3 dialects together, we become one. Surrounding those 3 poles, we have 7. One of those includes the backbone. That backbone holds the teepee, and it allows you to set it and direct it. The canvas itself has its own representation as well.
So the canvas represents protection, and when we think about protection, we look at our men. So our men are our warriors, and we have our women warriors as well, but the canvas represents the Wichasha, the men. And
to elaborate on that, to get into further, to get in deeper detail of the canvas itself too, it represents the man because he gives you protection and he shields you from the outside. So when it comes to the teepee, that would be the harsh sun, the harsh winds, and especially living here, whether it's in the Black Hills or on the prairie, we have to deal with a lot of crazy weather, and it's only getting worse. A long time ago, before the buffalo was nearly extinct, it took right around 13 to 18 buffalo hides to put together a 16 to 18 foot teepee. Again, the women were the ones who would prepare this. So the men would go out, they would hunt the buffalo, bring it home, and that was just the beginning. So the woman, she and her sisters, they would have to cut the buffalo, take the hide off, and in this case, they would scrape the hair off. It was all a learning process, and this started at a young age. So before a child would reach her womanhood, they were already preparing her how to take care of a home. So it was natural and normal and very common for a young girl like Stella to start playing doll houses with miniature teepees. To go into more with that, after the buffalo were nearly extinct, we had to convert to a canvas teepee, and that's something you'll see very common today. I myself have only seen 2 buffalo hide teepees, and I'm 29 years old. And one of those teepees is in a museum. So one of my goals and one of our mission is to one day, hopefully, be able to have a traditional buffalo hide teepee of our own. Thank you. So commonly, when we put up a teepee, we like to face it towards the east. We do that because we like to greet the morning sun, the dawn. And I just recently was talking to a friend, and they were telling me, or I was asking them, why exactly do we face it to the east? And everyone always gives me different answers. And they said that, like plants, like plants need the sun, so humans too would need the sun to grow, and like a sunflower, how it follows the sun. So it's similar to that. As well, long time ago, when a tribe would set up, they would have their teepees pitched circular, in a circular formation, and every teepee, every lodge had its own place within that circle. You would find the chief or the headman's teepee towards the center back, and then surrounding him would be like the individual tioshpais, and even further out of that perimeter of the circle, you would have the akichita. It's kind of like our military or our warriors who would protect the tribes. So in that case, their doors would face towards the middle. There was one entrance into the tribe. Like I was saying earlier too about how children would go, or young girls would go into their womanhood. So not directly within the camp, but on the further perimeter of it, there were different lodges. So they would have the Ishnati lodge, and that's where a woman would go when she was on her moon cycle. They would have sweat lodges back there in those areas. They would have, within the circle, they would have like society teepees, the Kit Fox or Takala. The women had their own societies as well. That's something that we've been learning for the last year. I'm not too knowledgeable in that area, but it's something that I believe is, you know, on the brink of extinction and is only coming back with groups like this, people who ask questions and who aren't afraid to ask questions. And then going back out and then sharing everything. I think one of the things that I've picked up and learned in this past year is, you know, because of like the boarding schools and everything that happened, my grandma and that whole generation completely lost their knowledge and their pride to be who they are. And it wasn't until our generation and the generation after us who are really picking that back up and taking it back out there and sharing it again with everybody else. Thank you. Thank you. I'm back. I took some notes. I really didn't want to miss out on anything really important here. But you try standing in front of a crowd. Okay. Thank you. So some things that people don't know is it's not just the Lakota people who lived in teepees, who used teepees and utilized teepees. I discovered that all the indigenous people within the Plains area, as well as Florida, use teepees, and I find that very strange because I visited Florida, went there for a couple powwows, and then you catch a tour and you get to see all their cute little huts down in the swamp areas. So to discover that they too discovered the teepee and then were using it when they would go on their hunts as well, I found was like super interesting. The teepees that you see here today, these ones are Cheyenne style. And like I said, it was a lot of trial and error. We learned the Lakota style of putting up a teepee. When putting up a teepee and you take your 3 poles, you stand them up, you get super, super dizzy. You're trying to balance all this heavy, awkward weight. The wind might blow you. All the elements are against you. The sun's in your eyes. Yeah, and the clouds are moving. So you get like super dizzy. And then you finally get your tripod out and it catches its balance. And then you realize my spiral's going wrong. So then you have to redo it again. And then there's a trick to it that we've learned over and over again. And there's been times like where we spent the whole day just putting up a teepee and then taking it down and putting it up and taking it down again. So by this point, you think we'd be really professional at it, but no, like we learn every single time we put one up. So when it came to these teepees, we took what we knew and then we had to put it up, take notes of what we did wrong, and then try again. So the difference between these teepees and the Lakota style teepee is in the front, it is just slightly longer, which I've learned. If you're using these teepees in the Montana area, you have more wind, right? I've heard you guys are windy. So when we were putting these ones up, we don't have our stakes in here. I don't know if you guys noticed. We didn't put stakes in because our little tent poles and wooden pegs just wouldn't hammer into this ground. But when we were doing these teepees, again, we had to learn it over and over, but it was a learning process. So when we go back to teach somebody else, like we get to share with them our experience about the teepee. These teepees have 13 pins closing the door. And these pins here, let me see this real quickly. We've learned that these pins can represent either your Lakota values, they can represent your children, they can represent all the lessons you've learned in life. Also, these teepees have 24 stakes going around. Traditionally, they would use large stones or rocks and logs to hold down the teepees. It wasn't until later, after being introduced to canvas tents and soldier forts, that we started staking them down into the ground. Because the buffalo was like one of our vital resources, we used it for food, we used it for tools, weapons, clothing, and our shelter. We were always taught like not to waste, use every single part of the buffalo, and we found a purpose for everything. So even when it came to our homes and we would pack up and travel from camp to camp, the bottoms of the teepees would eventually start to rot. So they would cut those pieces off and then they would just sew in a new piece. So your teepee that, you know, if it was well taken care of, but it was used on an everyday basis, and you would have a fire on the inside, people in and out, different elements. It was common for their teepees to get worn right away, but if they were properly prepared upon that, they would smoke the hide. They would use buffalo brains to tan it, and then they would just prepare it, maintenance it, keep it up. Another thing about these teepees is they would use it for transportation as well. So when moving from camp to camp, from spring, summer, winter, fall, they would use their teepee poles and cross them across their horses, and then they would caravan to their next camp. I've also learned that teepees are really, 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 really heavy, especially when they're brand new poles. We actually just got these poles last week. My partner, Anissa, and I, we went out, found some trees, cut them down with permission. We got our permits. But it was like, it was quite the experience. But I think that's something like if you're gonna go into like teepee knowledge, I think that's something like you have to take on too. Like you don't get the full experience of like what it's like to really take care of a home and build a home if you don't put the work in. Around a teepee, we would have this thing, like a circle. They call it like a rain gutter. That also represented like the trail of life. So if you think about it as a full circle and you get up about a quarter of the way, that represents your youth years. You're just learning. You look up to mom and dad for everything, guidance, questions. Then you get to the next quarter, right before you get to the half point, you're in your adolescence years. You're a little bit more curious to do stuff on your own. You're maturing. You're figuring things out. Now we're going to get to the third part of our circle. We're adults. We're parents. We're older. And now we are teaching the children. We're teaching the adolescents. Finish off your circle. We're elders. We've come full circle at this point. You know, a lot of our elders passed away most recently in the last few years because of COVID. So now more than ever, it's very important to share this type of knowledge. Whether you have the whole story or the whole knowledge, or if you're still learning along the way, like it's still really important, very important. And I stress that because when Anissa came into our lives, I was like, come on, come with us to a Sundance. So we were like going to all these Sundances all summer long, packing up our cooler. We have our bologna and bread, some water and Pepsi. And we just bonded. We bonded over culture. We prayed together, became sisters. We hunkad her. Like Rueben said, when you hunkad someone, it's like, it means so much more because like you don't pick your family. They just come to you. We chose you. But we got the opportunity to teach her, bring her in, and gave this safe space for her to learn, ask questions without being afraid. She might even be better at this than me now. But that's one of our missions and goals, is to keep creating those spaces for people who didn't get the opportunity to learn from home.
This year, this whole journey that we're on, it gave me the opportunity to have so much more respect for, I know we say we respect our elders, and at this time it actually gave me the something in me to actually go out into my community and go to houses way out in the country and visit my elders, to go sit down with them, go have coffee with them one-on-one. Some of our elders don't have, they just stay out in the country and mind their own business. But I never wanted to do something in a disrespectful manner, especially because sooner or later we got into competitions and I wanted to get like permission or insight or like, hey, this is what we want to do. Like, is this okay? Because there's so much things that go into something so sacred and beautiful. Whether a woman is on her time, could she even put up a teepee? You know, because if this is do we just want to aim for women because it's our job, or are we going to be open for all? But like I have so much more like love and respect for our elders because there's so much more out there. But just sitting at a table with a cup of coffee that they made for me, giving them that time to tell me stories. I have so many little stories that I want to write books about, but down to a little grandma playing on an anthill, and she said picking beads out. That's how she would bead, and I don't quite understand if it was like the ants made the beads or if they were bringing beads up from the ground. I'm not sure. I absolutely love what the teepee has brought to us so far, and it's just the beginning. We are 3 sisters and getting our community involved in the teepee, and we're going to talk to you about the whole challenge of what God got us here today. I'll give that to Anissa.
So one of the things that, I got a loud voice. One of the things, they could hear me way back there. One of the things that we've been doing is going into different communities who request us to come in and help them learn the teepee or just wanting to know more about our culture. And we have these little 8-foot teepees, right? That's what size they're. We have these little 8-foot teepees, and they're so cute. And we've been asked to be at conferences and classrooms at different schools. And so what we do is we go through the entire teepee and we give a little bit of the teepee knowledge, and then we go through a demonstration. So first we will put up the teepee, and then we'll let the students or the community members go through and build the teepee after that. And then we'll kind of make it a little competition too. So we've had a few of those. And one of the things that we have created from this is we started a Lakota Women Teepee Challenge. And last year was our inaugural Teepee Challenge. And this year will be our 2nd annual. We're having that in August at the Oglala Lakota Nation Wachipi. So that's the first weekend in August. And a little bit about that on my end, because we all have different stories about it. So for me, I always seen different teepee challenges in different communities. And so for me, I was like, dang, like I want to be able to compete. Like I don't even know how to put up a teepee, but I want to be able to learn and to compete. 1, because I'm really competitive. And then 2, I always knew that it was a woman's role to put up the teepee. So I was like, okay, well, I feel like I'm strong enough, and I feel like I'm competitive, like I can win a competition. And so that's how I looked at it. And all these competitions were in different communities. They're more up north. And so I was like, well, we're one of the biggest plains tribes. And I feel like we should just create one instead of traveling to different places. Like our women in our community deserves to have a resource and a place to be able to display that we know how to put up our homes as well. So last year we got together, and I think it wasn't even a month, 2 weeks of planning, and we pulled off the inaugural Lakota Women Teepee Challenge. But I'm gonna pass it on because they both have stories about how we got started as well.
For the last 6 years, I've been working with the Chamber of Commerce in Pine Ridge. And a lot of that work is putting up teepees and taking them down. So for 3 months, I was putting up a teepee a day, basically, because we had a total of 5 teepees. They were staked down really good. Had concrete in the middle, had a rope coming through. It shouldn't have gone anywhere. For as many storms as we've gotten, every single time I would go back to work, I just dread seeing all my poles. Our teepees turn to umbrellas. Whose umbrellas ever flipped on them and it's all inside out? These teepees can do that. Given the right amount of wind in the right direction, in the right environment, they can go down. You just have to watch out because they're really heavy. Okay, so like I said, I was working there, doing teepees every day. By the end of the summer, my staff don't want to work. It's too hot. So I'm like, can you guys please just come with me? I really need help. I just got to get these teepees up, got to put them back in again. So I had her come out with me. She never put up a teepee, but you're going to learn today. And we're like, okay, here comes this great idea. We only got 2 weeks to go. So we started planning. We were having these official teepee committee meetings between the 3 of us. Didn't know what to do, didn't know who to talk to. But all the hard work paid off because we got different people from different areas with different knowledge to come in and be our judges. But they also came in with their own teachings. We had elders, we had women elders come in because like we said, we wanted to bring it back to the women's role. My experience there in that moment, it was like 104, 106 degrees. No wind really until we needed to put up the teepee, then it got windy. But it was just like super empowering. Being able to be in a big circle as big as this, women putting up their homes, everybody out of breath, but everybody working hard to get it up because they wanted to win. Yeah, I don't want to say our time.
All right, she forgot a huge part, pandemic. We were stuck at home with brand new babies, the ones running around here behind us. And, oh, they're over there now. But a challenge, we're like, there's nothing to do. We can't go to town. We're stuck at home. We have teepee poles at our mom's, and we just all live in an area, probably like real traditional, like too. Like we're just in our own little tioshboy up there on the hill. And Charlie called and she said, let's put these up. Let's record ourselves and let's do a Lakota woman challenge. And I'm like, okay. So we have brand new babies. We're outside, and between Charlie and my niece, they're know-it-alls. We have Charlie directing, and we have our young niece, Matea. She's running that rope real fast. She's snapping it, because that's how you got to do a pole. You just run and you snap. We call it a whippersnapper. We tell her, be careful. There's a peg, or there's a stake or something on that rope. She said, I know. She knows everything. And she's running, and she trips on it. And the longest 5 seconds fall, she hangs, like she gets caught up on the rope. She goes tumbling, and yeah, her little sandal goes flying. And that was the beginning of our whole teepee experience. That's what really started it all. And no one even challenged us, not at all, not a person. That video just went viral, and no one challenged. So again, Anissa came in. She's from Pine Ridge. She's from the agency where she knows everybody too. She had all the pool. Me and Charlie are district kids, the capital of the res. And anyway, 2 weeks the TP challenge. We got our teams in, and it was the most empowering feeling out there. It was like a whole other world. Our time was like 15 minutes. 15 minutes to put up a teepee.
No, listen. After all of our practice and everything, we definitely can get a teepee up in 7 minutes. 7 minutes straight up. Okay. But we learned along the way, if you want your teepee to last and not fall down, like you want it to be strong, sturdy, and if it can withstand a storm, then you're going to take the time to make sure you're doing it quick and correct. Because if you do stuff too fast, it's not going to work. But so, in that challenge, yes, it was 15 minutes, quick and correct, but we can do it in 7. And we'll probably do it in 4 on an 18-footer. Okay. Wait, what challenge?
So this year we'll have our second annual Lakota Women TP Challenge, and it'll be the first Friday in August. I don't know off the top of my head. The first Friday in August at our Oglala Lakota Nation Wachipi, and that's the biggest powwow on Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. So if you all could come out and you want to watch this. Last year we had 9 teams compete, and this year we plan on making it bigger and better. And this is something that people are looking forward to. This is one of the biggest events during the Wachipi. So if you come through, be sure to stop by, and if you see any of us in the community, say hello to us. We're also looking to receive donations too for our Lakota Women TP Challenge. We have money, cash awards for our first, second, and third place. Last year we had for first place $3,500, second place was $2,500, and third was $15,000. And then we had different prizes for individuals as well. But every woman that competed was able to leave with something, whether that be a cash prize, but more importantly, feeling empowered. And that's what this is about. That's what bringing back teepee knowledge is for our women, is to empower us and to reclaim the teepee, and for us to just know that we can do this, and like we're powerful and we're strong mentally, but like physically as well, because those things are heavy. Those teepee poles are really heavy. Combined, it's 400 pounds. So yeah, to see, for one of the things that really stuck with me was we was working with a group of youth, and one of the youth, she came up to me afterwards and she said, wow, she's like, I had no idea I was capable of doing that. And so for me, like, that's what this is about, is being able to see women and youth realize their potential and to see what they're capable of. And because to be able to put up a teepee and then to sit back and to look at it and think like, wow, like I did that, like I built that, that's a feeling that we hope to, bring into our women's lives, our youth's lives, and, anybody who wants to learn this knowledge. So I'll let Charlie wrap up with some last words. Again, my name is Anissa Martin, and here's my sister, Charlie.
So I'll just wrap this up quickly. Thank you again for having us. We're very happy and excited, proud to be here representing the great Oglala Lakota Nation. From us to you, thank you.
So before they leave, does anybody have a question? No? She answered everything? All right, let's give the Cooney ladies another round of applause. Charlie and Star and Nisa, right? I don't know if she's a Cooney, but I'm going to say Cooney anyway. All right. All right. Kevin, I heard you snoring a while ago. Did you take a nap? I know it. Me too. Beautiful sun right here. I got comfortable. And so these teepees here, if you have anybody who has any more questions, if you want to visit with the ladies, you're more than welcome to talk to them. Oglala Nation Fair is the first weekend in August down there in Pine Ridge, South Dakota. I invite you down there. They got a lot of things going on, rodeo, powwow. I think they have a golf tournament too, softball tournament. But we're going to get back into some exhibition dancing, and we're going to call up our jingle dress. Jingle dress dancers, come on to the dance floor. Come on to the stage. Yeah. I'd like to give a quick shout out to Rashonda Begay out there in Overland Park, Kansas, University of Kansas Health System, watching live. Shout out. Yeah, I can do that since I'm on the mic. Shout out, babes. You ready? All right. So this is Gabrielle Knife, and just as I did before, I'm going to give her the mic. She might want to introduce herself. She might want to introduce her daughter and her, and then I'll let Uriah come up and speak on her behalf. So So this is our first jingle dress dancer, Gabrielle.
Ampete. Hello, good afternoon. Geez, I was here since 8 a.m. How's everyone doing? Round of applause for yourselves for sitting here all day. Yeah? Everybody get a good stretch going. Yeah, look that way, point your lips that way, this way. Well, I'm glad to see you all here today. Mitakiapi, ohiaku wia imachiapi, na iuha chante washte na bechuzapi. What I said was, good afternoon, all my relatives. I greet you all with a heartfelt handshake. My name stands with a fist against this Wi-Fi. No, my name is Gabrielle Knife. My Lakota name is returns home with victory or victorious. And I was talking with my Lakshi Richard Chargenego. That Lakota name is up on that family tree in there. And as I said earlier, yes, I am a direct descendant of the Lakota warrior Crazy Horse. My mother here, she's right here in the red. Everybody look at her. Really look at her. Her mother's name was Ethel Clown. Last name was Clown, but butcher, and then uses the knife. She married as uses the knife. Though the name Clown came from her grandfather, Amos Clown. Long ago, whenever we had our Lakota names, they were being translated into the English. And they asked him what his name was, and they tried to describe it. So what they came up with was Clown. And I'm kind of goofy like that, right? We were known as medicine. We gave our people medicine of laughter and good feelings in our ceremonies. That being said, his wife was Julia Ironcedar. You'll see her name on that family tree as well. She was the sister of Lakota warrior Crazy Horse. So that's my lineage, and I'm very proud of that. I grew up on the Cheyenne River Indian Reservation, and it wasn't always easy. We talk about our reservations being rich in culture and language, and they are. They really are. But there's a lot that's on the other side of the coin as well. And it wasn't easy. A lot of my friends and family, they didn't make it to today. They either passed away from drugs and alcohol or suicide. And so I'm very proud to be here today. I experienced a lot in my life, and a lot of that I wanted to protect my children from childhoods they didn't have to heal from. So I do everything in my power as a mother, as a Lakota woman. We were talking about that earlier. That's kind of the theme here, is being strong and as a Lakota woman in our culture. Lakshmi Billy Mills was talking about that. And I learned from my mother and my grandmother and her grandmother and grandmother. We were all raised from matriarchal families. And on top of that, we are all very grateful to our Lakota warriors, and I want to give them a round of applause. They've been here day in, day out, probably since the sun rose. If we can give them a round of applause, they're all over there. They have some good jokes. I was standing over there, and they're making me laugh. I can't say those on the mic, though. That being said, I also wanted to introduce my daughter here. Come up here, baby. This is Israel Knife Peterson. She's my rainbow baby. She's 9 years old. She's just finished the 4th grade. She's really sad about that, but she's excited about 5th grade. Her Lakota name is Gliunkawi. She was named after her Lala Private Moses Clown, and we mentioned that name earlier. And I wanted to share a little bit of that background. We were talking about my bio, and like I said, the Wi-Fi. Ease that Wi-Fi. My grandfather, great-grandfather, Moses Clown, he was killed in action during World War I and awarded a Purple Heart. He served with the military police 314 89th Division. Moses was the son of Julia Ironcedar and Amos Clown. That being said, we wanted to mention earlier, just because it's such an honor, I never in my life, growing up a little res girl, dirty knees, snot coming out of my nose. I grew up and I was awarded just recently a certificate of commendation by the National Commander of the Military Order of the Purple Heart for my rendition of the national anthem in the Lakota language. And when I do these things, I do them in honor of our Lakota Kichita and all of those who have served both past, present, and future. So with that being said, I just wanted to express my gratitude with all of you here who have stayed here throughout the whole day, all the events, all the festivities. Thank you to all the dancers, the drummers. We couldn't have any kind of celebration without the drummers. Can we give them a round of applause? One of them's my sweetheart. And the ladies who had just gave the demonstration from the teepees. I think that's very knowledgeable information. I want to thank them for that as well. So that being said, I want to bring up Uriah. Oh, I watched her grow up. I'm not going to say my age, but I watched her grow up since she was about this little. She's a very beautiful young woman. But with that, I want to say, Lila Wopila Tanka Ichicha.
Like she said, my name is Uriah Little Hoop. For those that weren't here earlier, I had introduced myself and got to share a song and just saying that I'm a singer and I'm a dancer and everything I know I learned from my parents right here in the front, and it's because of them that a lot of the cultures and traditions that I have are able to be alive. So I want to thank them since they're here for giving me that knowledge and that chance to grow into someone and grow into a Lakota woman and a Dene woman, and I'm very proud to be that. Saying that I'm Oglala Sichongu Lakota as well as Tachini and Kia'ani Dene, representing those tribes from down south, but also remembering my people from up here when I live and the way I do things, and I'm very thankful for the teachings that come from those people. I'm a jingle dress dancer, and at powwows I compete in the contemporary style. I usually have a fan and feathers, and I look really flashy and fancy, but today I'm going to keep it OG and dance the old style way of jingle dress. And I think Rueben will explain the meaning behind this dance, but I'm very happy to be here, and I hope you guys get a good healing from this dance. Pilamaya.
All right, we're going to dance them together. Yeah. Yeah, Mike, man, if you could give me a little bit on this monitor up here. I don't know if it's coming out there projecting, but when I have it up here on the monitor, I know you turn it down a little bit, but can you turn the monitor up a little bit then? Just give me some volume. That way I know it's going out there. I got a loud voice anyway, but I like to hear myself on the stage. That way I don't burn out my voice. But this is a rendition of Women's Jingle. And earlier this morning, those of you that were here, we talked a little bit about some of the areas in which it derives from, and it comes out east in the Great Lakes area region, up into Canada of the Ojibwe, out in the woodland area of the Anishinaabe. This jingle dress, it was a healing dance, a medicine dance, and these jingles that are adorned on the dresses, originally they were... there was 4 dresses in the 4 sacred colors that they had, and they were mainly plain. And originally it was a medicine dance, a healing dance, and they were real low to the ground, footwork, real basic, simple movement steps. And then as powwow evolves, as dancing evolves, we become into the contemporary style. And the same meaning, the same the same energy, and the healing is still there. However, the contemporary move a little bit faster. The steps are a little bit higher. A lot of time we use a fan. We use different eagle tail fans, different plumes. But today we have Uriah is going to be dancing kind of the original old style, and Gabby and Izzy are dancing a little bit more of the contemporary style with their fans and feathers. So watch the movement. Watch the footwork, watch the movement, and then when you hear the jingles, that's also part of a blessing. So maybe some of you in the crowd are here in attendance and you have something going on in your life, or maybe your relatives, your family are dealing with different issues in their lives. Some of this dance here and the sound of the jingles will kind of make you feel good and help with the healing. 2 start straight. 2 start straight stampede. Jeremiah, here we go.
Yeah.
of applause for these dancers. Thank you. Acknowledging here as we recognize our dancers here. We're going to give you a second song, just as we did with all of our dancers. The second song, and we call these change-up style songs. It's a same category of the ladies' category, the women's jingle, but this next song is a sidestep. It's a Ojibwe-style round dance. And in the teachings they have is they dance to their left. They dance clockwise this way, and they don't pass one another. They don't go in front or behind. They stay to the side of each other, and they create that circle. It's like I said, a round dance. It's an Ojibwe-style foot healing as well, where in the different ceremonials, in the different circles, other than a powwow or stage or something we're doing today, there's a lot of deeper meanings where there's a patience involved, or that it's a nighttime ceremony. But here, this is just a rendition. We're doing the powwow style exhibition. This is the sidestep, and you'll notice the difference in the beat, and you'll notice the dancers how they dance side to side. A lot of times they'll dance on their toes. A lot of times they'll keep in rhythm, and they'll keep in rhythm up and down like that. So watch closely. Stampede, sidestep, ikwe, nanagaman. Give them another round of applause. One more time. Gabrielle Knife, Izzy Knife, and Uriah Little Hoop. Now, Kevin, he said, I'm just going to sit back and let you MC, but he said after seeing that dance, he said, I'm going to give it a try.
Yeah.
2 starts, Kevin?
Yeah, I want to ask you a question, though. Explain your hat. That's the coolest hat I've ever seen. Thank you. No, explain it.
Explain it?
Where'd you get it? Did you make it?
Nope. Good question. This hat here is made out of birch bark, and it was made by a young man by the name of Alex Copenace. And actually, him and his mom are traveling back to Canada. We were down at the Round Dance together down in Santa Fe area. Alex, are you here? I don't know. They were going to stop in and check it out, but his name is Alex Copenace, Thunder Bay, Ontario, Whitefish Bay, Ontario. And he made it for me right before COVID, 2019. Wow. And I went to a powwow up there in Walker, Minnesota, and he had messaged me on Facebook and said, I got a gift for you, and I'll meet you there at the powwow. I made you something. And so he handcrafted this himself, Alex Copenace.
Would you tell Alex I'd really like to be his friend?
Alex, I believe we're on live, so what's your hat size?
Big.
Big. He wears big.
All right, our next presenter is Dallas Chief Eagle, hoop dancer. And you're going to love this. Yes, you'll have the microphone as well to explain what you're going to do. You can either speak into this one or the handle, wireless, whatever you want to do. Okay. Mitakiapi, Pilamelo for this day. We wish to line ourselves up with you and your loved ones. We want to show you the circle of life, a horizon line. We go around 365 degrees. We see over here on the east side, we follow our finger around that horizon. And we come around this way, and we go all the way around. And today we're all in the middle of this hoop, the sacred hoop. And this sacred hoop will follow us wherever we go. The sacred hoop has a father sky, which is male-orientated. Earth is female-orientated. We cannot live without the mother and the father, the men and the women, boys and girls. And they represent the leaders. We form those societies of males and females. And we had to consult with both groups, especially the elders, both groups. And all important decisions were made by these people, like a mom and dad, consulting with one another, finding the wisdom between the two on those decisions. We look at nature, that's what you see out there in every direction. It wasn't like the Democrats or the Republicans or the House or the Senate. But we had to rely on all these resources that are around us, among us. Earlier, we picked up some stones, some ias, inside the gift house. They want a donation. I wanted to do this and pick some ias because they are the oldest ones in the universe. The super wise. We have many stories about those ias, the rock nation. And here we are. Beautiful rock appearing before us, representing one of our most beloved heroes. This is also a healing dance too, with the various trees made out of these hoops. We're like the trees, with the different tribes of trees are like people. We're born with 4 medicines: mind, body, heart, and spirit. In order for us, our families, our relatives, our nations, if we want them to be sovereign, we have to learn how to be sovereign with those four parts of who we are. We have to know these parts and how to use them. One way is, I'll give you 1 minute. Keep your eyes on the monument right now. Don't move your eyes from the monument. Find a place on there. On this grandpa stone up there.
for 1 minute. Don't move your body like a stone. Don't move your fingers or your eyes. Don't move your body. Every time you get a thought in your brain, make it stop. Sometimes we use our brain too much. Gets us in trouble. Every thought that comes to your head for this 1 minute, make it stop. You have emotion, grief, pain, suffering, sadness, madness, whatever, make it stop. Make your body stop. Then your spirit will come forward and be the leader. So just for 1 minute, try it. Breathe. We have much more calm, peace, no problems. We can make some decisions. The lady in pink that was sitting up here today, she generously helped me gather these stones from in there. We're going to do this dance around these stones. We take them when we're into our homes and schools now, so they could sit with these little ias, these little stones, and quieten themselves down. You'd be surprised all the stories that they're bringing out from their spirit. You could gather one of those stones too, in memory of this place. There's really something. We went down here to, they're having the Wild Bill show every Friday down in an event center down the road here. My daughters are hoop dancing down there as part of the Wild Bill show on Fridays. But some guy, I don't know why he threw it at me, but he threw give him a hand. He threw the hand at me. What? So all of a sudden, I'll give you a hand, and I threw it to him. But we've had a lot of fun with that hand. And here we come here, and here they finish the hand of this man. A lot of people put their hands together to put together this hand today. To show us a lot of messaging came today, so we can extend our hand to somebody else, like this leader is doing today for us. They talked about unity. How we bring our hands out to one another. So they're giving us a hand. We're going to pass that message on. Unite these hands together. Start this hoop dance. I just also want to say we have a grandma at home. They're having her memorial today. And that's my son, Quentin. He's going to sing this song. And then we're going to take those stones home from here. He's going to come and sing this special song for this particular hoop dance. It's Quentin Red Bear. The grandma we're talking about is Darlene Poor Bear.
and gentlemen, don't be afraid to cheer him on and show him some love. What about that, ladies and gentlemen? What about that? That's right. Round of applause. Big round of applause. After the fancy dancers or no? Okay. Dallas, are you done? Yes. Dallas Chief Eagle, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, our hoop dancer. And our fancy dancers are getting ready. We have our women's fancy and our men's fancy, but before we go to the fancy dancers, we're going to announce our winners in the hand games. Munne Hatav. Third, huh? Ta. All right. We got some hand game stick player. Marlon Kelly is here. I believe he's going to be doing the announcements, I believe, and talk a little bit about the hand games that took place here today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and ask Marlon to share a little bit about the hand games here and what took place. We had the top 3 finishers that are here. There was also some individual contests, including best dressed, best guesser, and I'll talk a little bit about that. But right now, Marlon Kelly is going to go ahead and share a little bit about the hand games here at the Crazy Horse Memorial and what took place.
All right, thank you, nephew.
Yahoo, nephew.
You have fans, Rueben. They know who you are, but they never seen you in person, and they would like to hear you say, "Uh-huh, yeah, nephew." But anyway, yeah, like I said, I really appreciate Tahashi, Whitney, and Hakashi Do for allowing me to be part of the festivities here this weekend and these past 2 days, being the hand game coordinator for the 75th anniversary. Hand games went pretty smoothly. We had teams that were part of the Greasy Grass, such as our Northern Cheyenne relatives, and we had our own Lakota tribe here. We had some Northern Arapaho team show up kind of late after everything got started, but I still want to, thank them for coming down and wanting to be part of it as well. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and I'll do the first, second, third place winners, and then I'll turn it over to Rueben, and he can announce the individual awards here. So, for third place in our 75th anniversary Descendants of the Battle of Greasy Grass Hand Game Championships, third place went to Northern Cheyenne. So if Northern Cheyenne too could come up and maybe shake their hands. And then once they get done shaking hands, we'll come down and we'll give them their shirts down here at the bottom. So come shake hands, guys. Shake hands over here. Shake hands. And then second place went to Taopi Chikala from Little. Do we have any Mustang fans in the house? I guess not, isn't it? First place, our other Lakota territory team is Akshi Za. Our first place champions.
And champions, come on up. Akshiza. How do you say that again? What does that mean?
We want to thank South Dakota State University Wokini Initiative for partnership with the hand games. So let's give South Dakota State University Wokini program appreciation.
Once again, our champions here, Akshiza. And I asked what that meant in Lakota, and they said, well, it's only could be told to you when you're on top of the Crazy Horse Monument up there. All right, we have some individual awards, and the best guesser individual award goes to Jaden Highhawk. Jaden Highhawk from Lakota Tech, right? Or where you from? Pine Ridge School, my bad. Pine Ridge School, Jaden, thank you. Our best hider goes to Joseph Andrews. Joseph Andrews from Little Wound Mustangs. All right, the best hider. Totakawa Wichonie, right? Where he's from? Right on. Wichonikte. And then we have our best dressed team goes to Northern Cheyenne. Northern Cheyenne 1, Northern Cheyenne 2. Northern Cheyenne 1 and Northern Cheyenne 2. Come on up, best dressed. Northern Cheyenne 1 and 2. Spivak. All right. All right. Yeah, uh-huh. Best dressed right here. Muna e kapivia tamo. No, like that way. Pivot to Monday. Say that. Come on up. Scoot in a little bit. Get in there. And the Best Singer award goes to Akshija. Best Singers. We're going to have them give us the song they wanted on. Give us a one-start championship hand game song there, singers. Come on over. It's a championship song, hand game style. Hand game style. Okay, yeah, Paul. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's good, Toshka. That's good, Toshka. I sure do miss him. Yeah, I miss him. Yeah, good one. Thank you. That's our hand game. Well, that kind of fired us up, got us back in the spirit, right? That means we're going to bring on the fancy dancers. How many people want to see some fancy dance style? We've been waiting all afternoon. Fancy dancers, take the stage. Come on up. Fancy dancers, come on up. Stampede, stand by, stampede. Jeremiah's got some reinforcements. Some blasters. So we're going to, who's going first? The women this time? All right, the women, come on up, Kelly, Emery. Just as we did with all the dancers, we're going to give them a chance to speak. We're going to give them a chance to introduce themselves. They might want to share their names, their location, their hometown. They might want to share a little something about them. I'll talk about their style and dance and stuff, but this is a mother-daughter duel, just as we saw the grass dancers, father-son. I'm going to turn it on over to Kelly for an introduction.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kelly LeBeau. I come from the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe in Eagle Butte, South Dakota. and I just want to say thank you for inviting me to perform today. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emery LeBeau, and my Indian name is Little Bird, and I come to you from the Oglala and the Cheyenne River reservations, and I'm very happy to be here today and to be dancing with my mom and everyone, and I hope you guys drive home safe and have a good day today. Thank you.
All right, so fancy dancers here. Let me talk a little bit about the women's fancy. The women's fancy is probably one of the more newer contemporary style dances in our women's category. A story that was told to me some years ago were these two traditional ladies, and they were in their traditional buckskin outfit. And there was a contest going on, and the judges, they couldn't decide. They couldn't make a decision on, who was better than the other one. It was a tie. They kept tying. They kept dancing off. The judges couldn't determine a winner again, so they had another dance off. So finally, one of the traditional ladies, she took her shawl that she had on her arm, and she opened it up. She put it around her shoulders, and she told the drum group to sing a men's fancy dance song. Sing a song upbeat like the men's fancy dancers do. So they took off with a song, and she started doing fancy footwork. And, normally she's a traditional dancer, but she started dancing in her buckskin. And so the other lady that she tied with, not to be outdone, she did the same thing. She took the shawl off and she put it around her, and she started dancing fancy too. So that was one story that was told to me how the fancy dance started. There are also some other stories of origination down south and southwest area, and then out east. We have some originations there, but that story was told to me. It come from up in Fort Peck Reservation up there in northern Montana, up in northeastern Montana. So this afternoon, we got mother-daughter duo, Kelly and Emery LeBeau, and they're going to do 2 starts straight. Is that right, Jeremiah? And then 2 starts double beat, right? All right, so I'm going to turn it over to the drum and watch these young ladies here, mother-daughter. They're going to move fast. They're going to spin. They're going to electrify you. And if somehow you feel healed, go ahead and put your hands in the air like that. Like, what's that preacher? What's his name? Remember, he healed everybody. Anyway, here we go. Stampede. Round of applause one more time. Another thing that I wanted to acknowledge and recognize and talk a little bit about is the beadwork that these ladies wear. You see the beadwork. They're fully beaded moccasins. And then they got the fully beaded leggings. And then sometimes they have beaded belts. Sometimes they have their leather concho belt. But you see the cape that they wear, front and back cape, it's fully beaded. And then their hair ties that are wrapped around their braids. And as she turns around there, you'll see the beaded barrette that holds her eagle plume. And then sometimes, too, they have different accessories like Kelly here. She'll have some of the beaded earrings and the top pieces inside her hair. Those are called, we call them accessories, right? And those are just like beaded flavor, kind of beaded flair, a little added extra. But the same with their shawls. If the ladies would turn around and show us your shawls, and more times than not, 9 times out of 10, dancers make their own shawls and skirts. I don't know if these guys made their own or not, or did you make them? So they make their own attire. They make their own outfits. Now, some dancers, they may have friends and family that make stuff for them, but a lot of times dancers will put their own work, their own designs, their own money, beadwork, everything that goes into an outfit. Every dancer has very expensive outfits, and a lot of times it's hard to put price on things. So sometimes our outfits are our most prized possessions because a lot of times they become heirlooms, and those heirlooms are passed down. So with that, we're going to go 2-start double beat. This is a double beat old style crow hop. Stampede, S-T-M-P-E-D-E. One more time, let's have a round of applause for Kelly and Emery LeBeau. And now we're going to bring up our grand finale, our final dancer here before we bring up all dancers back to the stage. And it gives me the honor to introduce our final dancer here, and he's also my sonny boy. And his name is Xavier Littlehead, and I'm going to give him the microphone just as I did with everybody, have him introduce himself, have him say a little bit about what he's doing and who his favorite MC is, stuff like that. So listen for his answer on that one. Just kidding.
Hello, Pavutamano, Hio and Nashive, Nana Chistat, Nasutta, Wolhiv. Hello, my name is Xavier Littlehead. I am happy to be here. I'm hoping I give you guys a show here. I asked Stampede Drum Group to sing for me what we call the Northern Style Ruffle. It's one of the Men's Fancies showcase songs where we kind of showcase our style to the fast beat of the drum and our knowledge of the song. The song will have different stops, and I'm kind of challenging them, my knowledge with their knowledge, and he can explain it more. But thank you for being here to watch me too as well, and shout out to everyone that's been dancing so far today, and have a great day. Thank you.
Ruffle full song. Did he say who his favorite MC was? No? Let's give him the microphone back. He said my dad. Ready? Full song Stampede. Here we go. Stampede, stamp it out. Stamp one loud and proud. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you see, put your hands together, make some noise. And here we go. Here we go. All right, all right, all right. Their arms got tired out there. I think Jeremiah was the only one still trying to drum beat. I know. One more. Where's Quentin at? Where's Quentin with his hand drum? Get one of those hoop dance songs. But ladies and gentlemen, fancy dance is one of our more contemporary as well. It's definitely the exciting, electrifying, athletic dancer of all of our men's categories, and a lot of different stories of origination too. But I think Dallas was talking about Buffalo Bill, Wild Bill. But some years ago in the past, they had a Wild West show, and I know that Buffalo Bill wanted faster, more spins, more electrifying, because they were doing different shows, right? And so he had some of the traditional dancers put another bustle on the back of their necks and put some bells on them, and they sped up the pace of the song. And so a lot of people say that's another origination of the fancy dance. We have stories of our fancy dancers that represent the eagle and the eagle dance because of the eagle wings and the feathers and the shags they wear and the different movements. There's also an interpretation of a horse, honoring our horse, and the horse dance that goes along with that fancy dance. So just to share a little bit with you, I'm going to turn it back to Kevin here. I believe he's going to bring to the stage our next speaker presenter.
But before I do that, I want a big round of applause for Rueben. What he's taught us today, and his knowledge of what's going on is fantastic. So big round of applause for Rueben. It's been fantastic. I learned a lot. Yeah, and like the award shows, the Grammys and all these, where they all get together at the end with a big grand finale and bring them all on stage, we want to bring out as many of our dancers as we can. What's that? After Dewey. Yeah, after Dewey Bad Boy. Dewey's going to go first, then sorry. Oh, yeah, you should have told me. That's all right. Go ahead. Go explain that.
Bring Dewey Bad Warrior.
Who's that?
Dewey Bad Warrior. He's going to speak.
Dewey Bad Warrior's coming up. All those on stage, you didn't tell me about that, raise your hand.
I know. Is he still coming? So Dewey's going to go first.
Okay.
That's Dewey's dad.
Okay, great.
And then Dewey's going to come up, and then all the dancers.
Did I ever tell you my my hand game story?
No, tell us.
First time I ever volunteered as an announcer at the Lakota Nation Invitational Basketball Tournament, I was doing the PA announcing, and the guys at the table decided to have some fun with me. And the one guy says, "Hey, announce to the crowd the handball game is coming up." It's okay. Just laughing hysterically. And he never did tell me. So to this day, it's the handball game. But it's a fascinating game, the hand game.
Dewey, bad warrior.
Dewey!
Bad warrior.
Bad warrior, come on down.
Let's welcome Dewey to the stage. Check, check. There you go, sir.
Pila maya palo. I'm going to be speaking Lakota and English. I'll be translating. So sometimes I just get carried away talking Lakota. So today I'd like to introduce myself as Zuyashija. And when you translate, it means a bad warrior. Now, in Lakota, sometimes one word means more than one meaning. And so the bad means somebody that's bad. The Shija means like somebody that's a warrior you don't mess around with. That's where my grandfather got at the Greasy Grass, and that's where we start using that bad warrior, Zuyashita. And I come from Cheyenne River, and we are descendants of Crazy Horse. I see a lot of descendants here from our Tioshwire, our clan, and our Tiwahe, our family. So it was really good to see everybody here. A lot of times, our Crazy Horse families from Pine Ridge, Rosebud, and Cheyenne River, they hardly talk about the other families. There's always like one family that's always talking about their how they're tied to Crazy Horse. But in our family, where I come from, there's 9 families, 8 actually, because one's not married, and I'll get to that in a little bit. My great-grandmother, her name is Julia Ironcedar. I heard that earlier. She is married to Amos Clown, and out of that, there was 9 children, and one didn't have a family. Crazy Horse is a half-sister to Julia Ironcedar. And how that goes is that Crazy Horse 1, which is the Crazy Horse warrior, his dad is Crazy Horse 1. And he had other different Lakota names too, like Worm, Waglula, several others. But he had 4 wives. And Crazy Horse, the warrior, comes from the first marriage. And then there's 2 more marriages that he went through. Maybe someday then those families will talk about that. But we come from the 4th marriage. And that's where Julia Ironcedar comes from. And there is other family members. They all have different names. Say example, like, because a long time ago they used to say like, Zuyashija is my name, bad warrior. You know, somebody might have a different last name because, example is my grandma. Her name is Wambali Luta, Red Eagle. But those names were given for a reason. But when you translate it, it means something else. So like, even though it's my dad, might be like Red Eagle and I'm Bad Boy or, like that. So sometimes our names are given when there's something that happened to them or they did a great deed or something like that. So anyway, I come from that fourth family. A lot of it today now, people our family members are starting to talk about the Crazy Horse family. Why didn't we do this before? Well, the reason is because one of our family members did talk about how they were related to Crazy Horse, and he was killed for it. And that's how the government was so scared of Crazy Horse, just mentioning his name, they could be killed. And so one of our family members was killed because he was a half brother to Crazy Horse. And so from there on, our family, like Julia and Cedar, kind of hid Nachmao. And then that's how she met Amos and they got married. So my great-grandmother's name is Molly or Nally Clown. And that's how I come from, the Crazy Horse family. But growing up, I was raised the Lakota way. First, my grandfather from the Sacred Cap Pipe. I don't know if anybody heard of that. I grew up in that family when my grandpa had a cap pipe. And then I grew up with my other grandparent who is related to Crazy Horse by marriage. By that time, because my grandmother died, so my grandpa Butcher used to be married to Grandma Nally Clown, so that's how. So I was lucky where my grandma, I knew a lot about her and my grandpa, and I'm going to talk a little bit about what they talked about. And Julie Ironceder would sit there with them, because that's my grandpa Sam Butcher's mother-in-law. And in Lakota way, Crazy Horse is his father-in-law. And so they would sit there and talk about back in the old days when how Crazy Horse grew up and all that. They had a lot of questions, so they would talk about everyday things. Today you can read about Crazy Horse, but most of it is like in battle and how they get ready for battle and all that. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that too. But starting back in when Crazy Horse was growing up, they talked about hair being curly. They call him curly. I know a lot of our family members have curly hair, and when mine gets long, it curls. I don't know, for some reason. So that's what they called him. I'm not really going to get into his name or what they called him and all that. I think some books have 2 or 3 different versions of how he grew up. But one of the things that I could relate to Crazy Horse is the military. I was in the military, same as him, and I was stationed in Vietnam, and I seen one of my cousins. I think he's here somewhere. He's sitting over there. He came to see me, and I was with a grunt unit, and over there, every chance you get, you drink a beer. So we had a few beers, and over there, I'll give you an example of what a bar looks like. It's remember those spools that they have, the telephone authority or telephone, they have those spools. Well, that's our table, and our milk carts are our chairs. And and then when you go up to buy your beer, you just don't buy one. So you go buy a case and then come back and sit down, and your buddy comes back with a case like that. Because by the time you finish your beer, go back up there, there's no more. There's so many Marines there that it's gone. And sometimes if we get lucky, we get a pizza. And this happens like when we go back to the rear for 3 days and 27 days we're out in the jungles. We live out in jungles. And so in that sense, I can kind of relate to Crazy Horse, and when my grandparents and grandmas there, and they talk about him, how he would get ready. But the one thing they always stressed was that he was a loner. He was always alone. And so when you're in the military and you're in charge of, like I was a squad leader, then I became a platoon leader. Now, I did not get close to any of my men. You had to be a leader. In order to lead, you had to lead by example. And I can tell, when you were talking about Crazy Horse, how he was a loner too. Why, when he would go into battle or come back, he would go out by himself. And he would be up on a hill or someplace by himself. And I kind of have an idea why he does that. But when you go into the battle, a lot of times your feeling is, these are my kids, or, you know, because you're in charge of them. You're a squad leader, so you're in charge of them. So if one makes too much noise going into the jungle, or there's no smoke in the jungle, or drinking beer or anything in the jungle, because they can smell that. They can smell that. Sometimes they can smell us too, because when we're out in the jungles, we don't shower for 27 days. We go back to the rear for 3 days, and that's where we shower, change clothes, change firing pins. I was a machine gunner for a while, so you have to change the barrels, carry extra barrels on your legs, you know, because sometimes when you're in a firefight, you get so wrapped up in it, you forget about your barrel, the tip of your machine gun. As soon as you stop firing, that thing just melts and just drops like that. So we have gloves on the side, hook it, pop it out, throw this one in there. And then I have an A gun on the side that loads up the ammunition for me. And so a lot of times he has buddies that he's really close to. And this guy named Ezekiel, he got his last name Bad Warrior from Little Big Horn. Anyway, him and Crazy Horse were they were buddies. And my grandpa, Alkid, was at Greasy Grass. And night before, I guess they're good, really good friends, so they came to Grandpa Alkid's teepee in one blessings from the pipe, and Alkid and my grandma was there. So my grandpa is telling me that he used to tease his mother, Martha Bad Warrior, about them meeting on teepee, and when all the fighting was going on, you know, he was teasing her like that all the time. Said, but that's kind of how they met too, those two, my grandma and Ezekiel, being at the lodge where they kept a sacred cat pipe. And Crazy Horse and Bad Warrior, my grandpa bad warrior. He's really good at stealing horses. And they show a lot of horses from the coral country. What's his name? You probably heard me. So a lot of the curly horses came from that area, and I guess Grandpa was really good at that. So he had quite a big bunch of curly horses. So if you ever get a chance, look up bad warrior curly horses on a computer. It's in there where the bad warrior horse, that stud came from, and all that. So just like one picture tells a whole story. And so, like, that's why they have those winter counts. I still have my grandfather's winter count, but every time open it, the painting peels off, so we can open it so far, and that's it. I guess there's a place in Hot Springs that, they do a good job of opening those and preserving it, but I never got a chance to do that. My oldest sister, she always saying, no, just leave it. So I don't go to Hot Springs. I know where it's at, but someday maybe. So out of the Crazy Horse Tioshpai on Cheyenne River, out of the 8 families, we have a board of directors, and each family was represented by one member. And so we have a board, and out of the board, we have a chairman and a vice and a secretary and a treasurer. And so out of the board, I am the president of the Cheyenne River Tashunkoitko board. And we are the ones that put a stop to Crazy Horse malt liquor, that beer that they made. We put a stop to that because they never asked to use the name. And then they settled for some money and a couple horses, blankets, and like that. But we never did see most of them. It went to Rosebud. So we went to court, and there's Rosebud, Pine Ridge, and Cheyenne River. We all went to court, see who is a direct descendant of Crazy Horse. But it's still in a court. This Monday I called down here, and Pine Ridge, Rosebud, they still haven't turned in their family tree. And we have our family tree in here, maybe like 30 years now. And the stack must be about like that. And we can't put anybody on there after 92 or 94, something like that. And so that's still in the works. A lot of times people don't want to talk about Crazy Horse because who's a direct descendant? I could talk about it, but like I said, it's still in the court. So sometimes people would say, why are you ones, putting all the stop to it? Well, we found out that Crazy Horse is a Mnikoji from our band from Cheyenne River. And his dad is Mnikoji too, so maybe someday it'll come out in a book, but I kind of doubt it. The one book that they probably would allow is that they tell the whole story, the true story of Crazy Horse. A lot of them are made up, and the real descendants of Crazy Horse had no say-so in those books. And that's going to change from now on because of our descendants We have meetings either in Dupree or Eagle Butte. A lot of our descendants are around Dupree area, and we've been there so many times. So now, that's one part of the Crazy Horse, where he comes from, and like that. Now, when Crazy Horse and the warriors, when they come back from a battle, everybody thinks they just, they come from a battle and they go lay down and rest and all that. Well, it doesn't work like that. And same with in the Marine Corps. I was in the Marines and I was a squad leader and platoon leader. When you go and get in firefights, you know if somebody's going to get hit or get killed. Well, it takes a toll on the squad leader. And I know it does on Crazy Horse because he goes off alone. And that's how I was too. I didn't want to talk to anybody. I just had to think about it. What did I do wrong? Or what did we do wrong? And so we learned from that. So when I learned from that, pass it on. And that's what he does too. He would, all his going out alone, he's not just out there riding around. He's looking at every creek, tree, hill, or the battlefield where they're going to battle the cavalry. And so he thinks about all the things. But hardly anybody talks about those kind of things, how they live. I think today we call it post-traumatic stress if you're in combat or like come back from Vietnam. A lot of them have PTSD, and VA recognizes that. Back in those days, nobody knew what a shell shock or PTSD was. Instead, they would honor them, but that wasn't enough. Because it's inside a person when they go into battle. And a lot of times, they live with it. Even today, I still live with it. It's over like 50 years. And it has effects on a person like they're wounded. I know my blood veins collapsed where I was wounded. And so they put stents in there, and they have to put more stents in there. Friday I was supposed to do that, but the guy that was ahead of me had complications, and I was in a pre-op for like 6 hours, so finally rescheduled it. So those kind of things affects the warriors. But today we have like the VA to help with the PTSD. I have a psychiatrist for like 10, 20, 30 years, but a lot of times they move on to another VA facility, and then I have to find another one, start all over again. So, but VA pays you compensation for that. So, so anyway, when my grandfather and them were talking about Crazy Horse, you were talking about their everyday living, how he would get up, and by the time everybody's up, he was gone already on a horseback. And so they would ask, where is he? And nobody knows. And that's the same as today we go up on a hill and we stand for 4 days for Inipi. Back in those days, they didn't do that. The way my grandpa did when he was the caretaker of the cat pipe, one day my grandma wake me up early, and we watched my grandpa go down the creek and take off. So as me being nosy, I asked my grandma, Hetokea. Where's he going? So when she would say, hey, Wuchi lo maling. So he's going to go look for himself. And so that's how he would hamlecha, going from one place to another. One time they seen him by Sturgis. Another time they seen over there by Thunderbute. You know, so he just doesn't go one place and stay there. He's walking all over the country. We call it Indian country. And looking at everything because he's a keeper of the camp pipe. To see how the plants and everything's growing, the people. So there's a lot of teachings in that. A lot of people do not have time to listen. But if you listen, it's just like everything's a repeat from the Bible. Because under the cat pipe, there's 7 W's, they call it, 7 W's Lakota way, which is how they pronounce it, like Wochek, praying, all that. Maybe you guys seen that. But if you look in the Bible, it has the same thing. I don't know if anybody knows Billy Graham, the old man. Him and I met years ago, and he was looking at 7 W's, and he said, I want to use these. So he called me up, told me when he was going to be on. But we're in Indian country, so we didn't get it for at least a month. And sure enough, he used the 7 W's Lakota way, but they were all in the Bible towards the back. You know, generosity, honesty, wisdom, all that is in the Bible. But yet, when I learned it, it was passed on generation by my grandparents, who was a caretaker of the camp pipe at that time. And from there, what the warriors that are in battles, like Crazy Horse outfit or the warriors, they learn those. They try to live by them. And then there's what you call Akichita Society, the Warrior Society. And all that is in here, the Warrior Society. And I have all that information for anybody that wants to know about the Sacred Pipe and Crazy Horse. So going back to Crazy Horse, as you notice, I'm jumping around. Crazy Horse, like in a battle, he thinks, when he uses a battle and stuff, battle plan, he thinks, just like we do in combat, how we're going to go about attacking and all that. Okay. All right. So, okay. So anyway, I didn't really get a chance to go into the Crazy Horse daily life and how he prepares himself. But if you ever get a chance to know, contact my daughter. She has her all of her information someplace. So let her know, and she'll give me a call. And I'm 73 years old now, so I don't know how much longer I got. But if you want me to, I can come and talk to you, or if you have any questions. So with that, I guess we're going to cut it short. So Pilama Apelo, and be like, one last thing is be like the buffalo. If you ever look at a buffalo, in the blizzard, they're facing the blizzard. And that's how we live, like the buffalo. So anytime we have something hard facing us, or problems or anything, issues, we have to face them. Instead of putting them off or procrastinating and all that, face them. That's the only way you're going to grow. So one other thing that my grandfather, every time he talked about Crazy Horse, this is what he used to tell me at the end, is that Takoja he oyate ki ikse oyate he chapelo. As hoge bacha snawae chapelo. Sahina kiksuya. When you translate, it means that he used Tonkashla. God made a lot of ordinary people, but there's some that do extraordinary things, and Crazy Horse is one of them. So with that, I'd like to say thank you. Sorry I couldn't finish. So pila mai aplo.
Your daughter said would ask him to wrap it up. Rain is coming up. Dewey, thank you for your words, your teachings. And the only reason we're kind of closing it up and just is you see those dark clouds coming over there and right over here. We're right in the middle of it. But we're going to go ahead and wrap it up. We don't want to get anybody, wet or melting, or eyelashes coming off, stuff like that. We're trying to keep it a good family event. I've been there when eyelashes come off. It looks it gets disastrous. Just kidding. Kevin, what we got?
I don't have any eyelashes, so are we ready for the big dance? Is that what we're doing?
Bring them on out. Bring them out.
All right, this is going to be great. So if you've been filming and taking photos and videoing, I think this is the one you want to do. As many of our dancers that are still here, they're going to come on up and dance for us. It's going to be fabulous. It's a segment I like to call Everybody Dance Now. Well done. All of you. Everybody. Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. You know him, so it's easier.
All right, we're going to have all of our dancers present here. Let's move some of these chairs back. Let's give them some room. Got Uriah Little Hoop, Emily Little Hoop. We got Dallas Chief Eagle. We have Rueben Littlehead Jr. We got John taking it live, his son Jackson taking it live. We have Xavier Littlehead. We have Gabrielle Knife and her daughter Izzy Knife Pedersen. We got Emery LeBeau and her mother Kelly LeBeau, our fancy dancers with Fancy Shaw. And what are we going to do, guys? 2 starts? Or 3? Or 4? 2 is good? 2 is good? 2 and a whistle. Whitney, go get your whistle. All right, 2 starts. Stampede. Haka. How about a round of applause one more time for all of our dancers here? All right. And now the high fives. All right. I believe we're going to bring up CEO Whitney Rencountre for some closing words, and also our color guard, Cheyenne River, Rosebud. Our two color guards here will be calling you up for our Eagle staff and our colors, as we're going to retire those for the afternoon. But I'm going to bring up Whitney Rencountre here, CEO, for some closing words, closing remarks, and then he'll introduce our color guards. He'll be taking care of our acknowledgments here. And ladies and gentlemen, the CEO here of Crazy Horse Monument Memorial 75th, Mr. Whitney Rencountre.
Thank you, Rueben. Ben Ganji, could I get your assistance? Yeah, right over here. Before we retire the colors and the veterans here, I'm going to put the help to work, Ben Ganji. It's a little joke from my wife. But if you could, the two bins on the end there. All right. Ben and I went to Mass Science Initiative program, Upward Bound, together a long time ago. So it's good to see him back. Friends and relatives, we want to say thank you to each and every one of you for coming out to help us celebrate the 75th anniversary of Crazy Horse Memorial. And thank you to, once again, let's give a round of applause to all the singers, dancers, our MCs, veterans. And before we go into the retirement of the colors, I'd like to acknowledge and give out some acknowledgments and gifts to our performers today. And first and foremost, I'd like to call forth here Rueben Littlehead, Senior. Let's give him a round of applause, friends and relatives. We're going to present him with a piece of the granite here, and on a commemorative on the 75th anniversary. Thank you for Next up, we'd like to call forth the man from Home Slice Media, Kevin Phillips, come forth and accept a piece of the granite 75th anniversary commemorative. Thank you. Next up, we'd like to call forth our dancers to come up and accept a gift for the 75th anniversary. Well, let's see, Uriah Little Hoop, Emily Little Hoop, come on up. The pay window. Hey. Emery and Callie LeBeau will say thank you for being here. Champion dancers, all these dancers here. Dallas Chief Eagle, come on up and accept a gift from Crazy Horse Memorial 75th anniversary. Izzy and Gabrielle, come on up and accept a gift. Littlehead brothers, come on up and accept a gift on behalf of Crazy Horse Memorial. Sonny Xavier, Rueben Littlehead Jr., thank you. Champion dancers. Jackson and John Taken Alive. Let's give our two grass dancers a round of applause. Dewey, Bad Warrior, please come up and accept a gift on behalf of Crazy Horse Memorial. Thank you for the stories. Dewey, will have to have you back and give you more time to share your awesome stories, the history there of Crazy Horse. Thank you, Dewey, Bad Warrior. So it wasn't Kevin or Ruben's idea to cut off Dewey. It was his daughter. And so the Cheyenne River Veterans Group send a representative up to accept a gift from Crazy Horse Memorial. Let's give the Cheyenne River Veterans Group a round of applause and thank them for being here today. The Chichangu Lakota Oyate Rosebud Veterans Group, come on up and accept a gift on behalf of Crazy Horse Memorial. Stampede Singers, send a representative up to accept a gift on behalf of Crazy Horse. Let's give the drum group a round of applause for sharing the music, the songs, all this whole time here. Molten Audio, come on up and send a representative to accept a gift from Crazy Horse Memorial. Very good, awesome job with the stage, with the sound system, the videography, the very job well done. All right, once again, let's give a round of applause to all this the entertainment, those that have come here to help us to honor the commemorative occasion of the 75th anniversary. So thank you, dancers, singers, and all of our MCs here, as well as the dignitaries. We say thank you. At this time, we'll turn it back on over here to Rueben for the veterans, as in the drum group, the singers here will in an appropriate manner, we'll want to say thank you to Akichita for being here today. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Whitney. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we talked about standing and rising, but this will be our final time as I ask those of you that are physically able to please stand and rise. And if you could, gentlemen, remove your headgear to show a little respect and honor as we call upon our color guard, our veterans, our men and women here that represent both the Rosebud and the Cheyenne River color guards, respectively. I'd like to acknowledge our Eagle Staff carriers and our flag bearers, and I'm going to go ahead and acknowledge them one more time, give them some proper introduction. We'd like to thank from the Cheyenne River Eagle Staff carrier Richard Charging Eagle and Robert Dunsmore, U.S. Marine Corps, U.S. Army, Vietnam veterans. Our flag bearers is Jaron Big Eagle, United States Army Desert Storm, Dwayne Curley, U.S. Marine Corps, OIF, and Carlin Brinkshorst Sr., U.S. Marine Corps, Vietnam. And representing the Rosebud Color Guard, we'd like to introduce and acknowledge and thank Eagle Staff Carrier Tony Castaway, U.S. Marine Corps Vietnam veteran. Flag bearers, Daryl Scott, U.S. Marine Corps, Iran hostage crisis. And then also our Purple Heart flag bearer, Jim Herman, U.S. Marine Corps Vietnam veteran. And bringing in the Vietnam flag, Ben Whitehorse, United States Army veteran. And bringing in the Marine flag, George Lamont, United States Army Vietnam veteran. We'll call upon Stampede for one start of a flag song, and then we will dance them on out off the stage and retire the Eagle staff and the colors for the festivities today. We want to thank these veterans for the service they provided. We want to thank these veterans for taking time out today to represent not only their branch of service, but also for being our tribal leaders and our warriors and our protectors. And these gentlemen here, some of them are fathers, grandfathers, some of them are uncles, dads, some of them are brothers, and some of them are just good colas, good friends. Gentlemen, are you ready? Stampede, I turn it on over to you. And now, our exit as we dance out our staff and our colors. Aho! Nia Eshimin! Palami alo, wopila tanka. Thank you. Dance down those steps like we're... Thank you, Stampede. Thank you, singers. Thank you, veterans. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for standing. And if you would, momentarily here, we're going to close it out. You know, as the CEO here, Whitney together and I, we MC throughout Indian country. One more notably here in the Black Hills, the Hisapa Wachipi in October. And, you know, being a CEO, being an MC, you're called upon for many events, but also many things. So, Whit, I'm going to ask you to come on over and close us out with a short prayer. We started with a prayer with Dr. Gerald Yellow Hawk, right? And he started us off in a good way. And then they also did some activities yesterday and Friday. But I believe this is the final day. So if you would, bear with us. This is kind of our ways, as our native ways. We thank the Creator for the day and the activities and everybody's health. And we thank the Creator for safe travels for everybody. We thank the Creator for our families. And real quickly before he prays, I want to thank Jeremiah and the singers of Stampede. Let's give them a round of applause. Stampede. And the tech crew back there, the sound guys, want to give you guys a quick shout out. Molten Audio, thank you. And the videographers, thank you. Yeah. And then whoever owns that Harley Electric Glide over there, I really like it. I want to take it for a spin. Hey, Whitney, close us out, brother.
Thank you, Rueben. And also want to say thank you to all our volunteers, everyone that has helped. And, you know, I've been trying to thank Amanda Alcock, but she's never been around, but she's finally standing in the back there. So let's give Amanda a round of applause. She's worked together with Du. You know, they really put a lot of work, effort, energy. Thank you, Amanda. I know you're behind the scenes, but thank you so much for all your dedication, hard work. And also to Joe Conkle, who's really kind of helped with Thurston Pond and you know, Daniel and all the great staff we have here. Let's give the Crazy Horse Memorial staff, Korczak's Heritage staff, a round of applause. Thank them for their hard work, dedication. I'm going to offer a prayer song, friends and relatives, to close things out as we continue forth, as we celebrate 75 years here at Crazy Horse Memorial, and as we move into the future, that we continue to do the work on behalf of indigenous people, on behalf of the native people here in North America, as the way that Chief Henry Standing Bear came together and asked Korczak to come here to carve this mountain. And when Chief Henry Standing Bear came back, you know, after he received his education amongst the people, Korczak spent time amongst the Oglala Lakota, and he learned about the difficulties that indigenous people face. And so that is why in the theater, in the film, he says that he hopes that the carving will help do some right by the things that were done wrong to Native peoples. And so the foundation here, and as well as all the workers, all the staff, everybody that is here, in my first year as CEO now, I've witnessed and I've seen undying hard work of a staff that shows up every day, and it's never about them. It's always about the foundation. It's always about the dream here at Crazy Horse Memorial. And I also want to give a special shout out here to Terry Deruche, Vice President of Visitor Services in the back there, and also my assistant, my executive assistant, Cynthia Childers. Thank you for your support, your hard work, dedication, and everything that you do. As well as our university students back here, ladies and gentlemen, they've been driving the golf carts around. They've been picking up, cleaning up, doing whatever is necessary. And also is it the Boy Scouts groups that's here? I want to say thank you for showing up and stepping up and helping us, and as well all the volunteers. But I'm going to offer a prayer song, and you cannot pray however you believe, however you pray. Woka toka toka shalan hey ya ya waelo toka shela waka toka hey ya ho ye waelo Daku waka na me chihuyeloin ay waka toka toka sheloin hey ya wa yelo
toka shela waka toko hey aho ye wa yelo daku waka name che huyeloin ay oin. How mitakuye oyasi. Thank you, friends and relatives. All right, at this time, folks, if all those in attendance today and the singers, come on over here and get yourself a 75th anniversary T-shirt. Once again, sponsored by the Wokini Initiative. So come to the side. Dancers, I think already received theirs, but veterans, singers, and those of you that stayed in attendance to gift you a T-shirt for thank you for staying around the whole time. Come on up and receive a T-shirt as we say thank you for joining us on behalf of the 75th anniversary commemorative of Crazy Horse Memorial. So all the guests in attendance, come on up and receive a T-shirt as a gift from Crazy Horse Memorial and the SDSU Wokini Initiative celebrating 75th anniversary. All right, while we close down the mic here, Cynthia, Amanda, Joe, Terry, do we need to make any announcements, directions for any of the volunteer staff? Cindy, any announcements? Joe Conkle, do we have any announcements we need to make? Okay. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us for the 75th anniversary Crazy Horse Memorial. We'll see you all again in 25 years. Thank you.